Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of soothing garden tales to ease your mind and guide you gently toward sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a garden you dream of, a story taking you to perhaps the wisteria arbors of Kyoto, a wildflower meadow in the English countryside, the terraced tea gardens of Darjeeling, or a secret walled garden where climbing roses meet ancient stone. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now, take a slow, quiet breath. You are walking into a special place within the Timeless Tales Library, where the books have no words. This is the Library of Silent Stories, where every volume is filled with pictures, feelings, and the quiet music of imagination. Here, there are no noisy distractions, just the peaceful narrative of images and the serene feeling of a story without sound. Let your body melt into your bed, your private reading nook in this silent, peaceful hall. Release any tension in your legs, arms, and neck. The silence of the library is like a soft blanket, wrapping you in quiet stillness and letting your mind rest from the chatter of the day. Open the first book. Let the beautiful, silent stories guide your thoughts into a tranquil, wordless world of dreams. A Christmas Carol, Day of the Dead, Sleep Dia de los Muertos, story, Scrooge and the Garden of Remembrance. The autumn evening wrapped itself around London like a soft shawl, and Ebenezer Scrooge found himself walking through streets he had never noticed before. The gas lamps cast gentle pools of golden light along the cobblestones, and somewhere in the distance he could hear the faint melody of guitars carried on the crisp November air. His footsteps echoed softly as he wandered, feeling neither hurried nor lost, but simply curious about where this unfamiliar path might lead. As he turned down a narrow lane bordered by tall iron gates, Scrooge noticed something extraordinary. The air itself seemed to shimmer with tiny points of light, like dust motes dancing in sunbeams, though the sun had long since set. These gentle sparkles drifted past his face, warm against his cheeks, and carried with them the most beautiful fragrance, a mixture of marigolds, cinnamon, and something sweetly mysterious that reminded him of his childhood, though he could not quite place what it was. The lane opened into a small square he had never seen before, despite having lived in London for more years than he cared to count. At its center stood an ornate archway made entirely of orange and yellow marigold blossoms, their petals so vibrant they seemed to glow with their own inner light. Through the archway, Scrooge could glimpse what appeared to be a garden, though unlike any garden he had ever encountered. As he approached the floral gateway, he noticed that the marigold petals were gently falling like snow, creating a soft carpet of gold and amber beneath his feet. Each petal that touched his coat or hands felt warm, as if it had been kissed by summer sunshine. The sweet, earthy scent grew stronger, mingling now with the aroma of fresh bread, vanilla, and chocolate scents that spoke of comfort and celebration rather than mourning. Without quite knowing why, Scrooge found himself stepping through the archway. The moment he crossed the threshold, the world around him transformed into something that belonged more to dreams than to waking life. The garden stretched before him in gentle rolling waves of color and light, filled with paths that curved and meandered like lazy rivers between beds of the most magnificent flowers he had ever seen. Everywhere he looked, there were marigolds, not just orange and yellow, but deep crimson ones that glowed like embers, pure white ones that shimmered like moonbeams, and pale pink ones that seemed to blush in the soft light. Between them grew other flowers he recognized, roses, carnations, and baby's breath, all arranged in patterns that seemed both carefully planned and wonderfully wild. But it was not just the flowers that made this garden so extraordinary. Scattered throughout the paths and nestled among the flower beds were countless small altars, each one lovingly decorated with candles, photographs, and small offerings. The candles flickered gently in the still air, their flames dancing in shades of gold, blue, and white, casting moving shadows that seemed to tell stories all their own. As Scrooge began to walk deeper into the garden, he realized that he was not alone. Figures moved quietly along the paths, tending to the altars, lighting new candles, and arranging fresh flowers. They were people of all ages and from many different places, united by the gentle reverence with which they went about their tasks. Their faces were peaceful, touched by a kind of joy that Scrooge had rarely seen, a joy that seemed to coexist perfectly with a deep, abiding love that transcended sadness. A young woman with dark hair braided with marigold blossoms looked up from the altar she was tending and smiled at Scrooge. "Welcome," she said in a voice as warm as honey. "You've arrived just in time for the evening of remembrance." "Remembrance?" Scrooge asked, his own voice softer than usual, as if the garden's peace had settled into his very bones. "Si," she replied, though she had been speaking English just a moment before. "Tonight the veil is thin, and those we love can visit us in this place between worlds. Would you like to light a candle?" She gestured to the altar before her, which was covered with a beautiful cloth embroidered with bright flowers and decorated with small clay figures painted in cheerful colors. Photographs of smiling faces looked out from among the decorations, and plates held what looked like small cakes and pieces of bread shaped like flowers and butterflies. Scrooge found himself nodding, though he could not have explained why. The woman handed him a small white candle, and as his fingers closed around it, he felt a warmth that seemed to spread from his hands throughout his entire body. She guided him to touch the wick to one of the already burning flames, and as his candle caught fire, Scrooge felt something shift inside his chest, a loosening of something he had held tight for so many years that he had forgotten it was there. "For whom do you light it?" the woman asked gently. Without hesitation, a name came to his lips. "For Fan," he said, surprised to hear himself speak his sister's name aloud. "For my sister Fan." The woman nodded, as if this was exactly what she had expected. "She is welcome here," she said. "Place your candle wherever it feels right." Scrooge looked around the altar and found himself drawn to a spot near a photograph of a family gathered around a dinner table, all of them laughing. He set his candle down gently, and as he did, the flame seemed to brighten, casting a circle of warm light that made the marigold petals scattered around it glow like tiny suns. "Now," the woman said, "you are free to walk the garden. Follow whichever path calls to you. There is no wrong way to wander here." As Scrooge began to explore, he noticed that each path seemed to have its own character. One wound between beds of white flowers and was lined with photographs of elderly faces, their eyes twinkling with wisdom and humor. Another curved past bright red blooms and was decorated with toys and small gifts, clearly meant to honor children who had been loved deeply and were missed just as deeply. The path Scrooge found himself following was lined with orange and yellow marigolds that seemed to pulse gently with their own light. As he walked, he began to hear voices not speaking but singing. The melody was unfamiliar yet somehow comforting, rising and falling like a gentle tide. The words seemed to be in Spanish, but even though Scrooge did not understand the language, he felt he understood the meaning perfectly. It was a song of welcome, of celebration, of love that continued beyond the boundaries of life and death. As he rounded a curve in the path, Scrooge came upon a clearing where several families had gathered. They sat on colorful blankets spread on the grass, sharing food from large baskets and telling stories that made them laugh and sometimes wipe away tears. Children played quietly nearby, weaving marigold chains and chasing the glowing petals that continued to drift through the air like benevolent spirits. An elderly man with kind eyes and hands weathered by years of gentle work looked up and beckoned Scrooge to join them. "Sit, friend," he said in accented English. "There is always room for one more on Dia de los Muertos." Scrooge found himself settling onto the soft blanket, accepted into the circle as if he had always belonged there. A woman with silver hair and a face lined by years of smiling placed a small plate of food in his hands, sweet bread shaped like flowers, fruit that tasted of sunshine, and chocolate so rich it seemed to melt on his tongue before he had even bitten into it. "This is pan de muerto," she explained, pointing to the bread. "We make it to share with those we remember. Tonight they join us for our meal." As if summoned by her words, Scrooge began to sense other presences in the circle, gentle, loving spirits drawn by the warmth of memory and the sweet offering of food. He could not see them clearly, but he felt them as surely as he felt the soft grass beneath the blanket and the warm glow of the candles that surrounded the gathering. The elderly man began to tell a story about his grandfather, a man who had loved to dance and who had taught him that life was meant to be celebrated, not merely endured. As he spoke, his hands moved expressively, painting pictures in the air, and Scrooge could almost see the grandfather himself, nodding approval from just beyond the circle of candlelight. Others shared their own stories, tales of grandmothers who had baked the most wonderful cookies, of children whose laughter had filled houses with joy, of friends whose kindness had changed the course of entire lives. Each story was offered like a gift, placed gently in the center of the circle, where it seemed to take on a life of its own, glowing with the same warm light as the marigold petals. When it was Scrooge's turn to speak, he found the words coming easily, as if they had been waiting inside him all along. He told them about Fan, about her bright spirit and generous heart, about how she had always seen the best in everyone, even in him. He spoke of her laughter and her dreams, of the way she had danced through their childhood home like a ray of sunshine, making even the darkest days brighter. As he talked, Scrooge became aware of a familiar presence settling beside him on the blanket. He could not see her, but he felt the warmth of Fan's spirit as clearly as he had felt it in life, that special combination of love and mischief and boundless hope that had made her so uniquely herself. The circle of people listened with the kind of deep attention that was itself a gift, nodding and smiling as if they too could feel Fan's presence among them. When Scrooge finished speaking, the silver-haired woman reached out and patted his hand gently. "She is here," she said simply. "She has been waiting for you to invite her back." The evening continued in this gentle way, with more stories shared and more candles lit. As the night deepened, some of the families began to pack up their belongings, but they did so without haste, as if they were reluctant to break the spell of this magical time. Children fell asleep in their parents' arms, still clutching the marigold chains they had woven, and the elderly dozed peacefully in their chairs, smiles playing at the corners of their mouths. Scrooge found himself walking again, following a different path that led toward the far end of the garden. Here, the altars were older and more elaborate, some clearly tended by many generations of families. The photographs showed faces from decades past, but they were arranged with the same loving care as the newer ones, surrounded by fresh flowers and flickering candles that proved these beloved souls were far from forgotten. At the very end of this path, Scrooge discovered a small hill crowned by a single enormous tree, whose branches were hung with thousands of tiny lights. Beneath its canopy stood the most beautiful altar he had yet seen, decorated entirely in white flowers and silver candles that cast everything in a soft moonlight glow. As he climbed the gentle slope toward the tree, Scrooge realized that the lights hanging from its branches were not electric bulbs, but something far more wonderful. They were memories made visible, moments of love and joy and connection that glowed with their own inner radiance. He could see laughter shared over dinner tables, hands held in comfort during difficult times, children taking their first steps, couples dancing on their wedding days, friends embracing after long separations. Under the tree sat a figure Scrooge recognized, though it took him a moment to place where he had seen her before. She was the woman from his past, the one who had tried to teach him that there were things in life more valuable than gold. Her hair was silver now, and her face showed the gentle lines that came from a lifetime of smiling, but her eyes held the same warmth and wisdom he remembered. "Hello, Ebenezer," she said, patting the grass beside her. "I wondered when you might find your way here." Scrooge settled beside her, feeling a peace so complete that he wondered if perhaps he was dreaming. "Is this real?" he asked. She laughed, a sound like silver bells. "What is real? Your love for Fan is real. The kindness you've learned to show others is real. This garden exists wherever love creates a space for remembrance and celebration." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the lights dance in the tree above them. Gradually, Scrooge became aware of other figures gathering around the tree, not solid, but real nonetheless. He saw Jacob Marley as he had been in life, before greed had twisted his features, laughing with the same joy Scrooge remembered from their boyhood friendship. He saw his old employer, Fezziwig, dancing with Mrs. Fezziwig just as they had at those wonderful Christmas parties so many years ago. And there was Fan, young and bright and beautiful, spinning in circles with her arms outstretched, her laughter floating on the air like music. She caught sight of Scrooge and ran to him, though she moved like a whisper, like a warm breeze that carried the scent of flowers. "Brother," she said, and though her voice was softer than memory, it filled his heart completely. "Thank you for lighting the candle. Thank you for inviting me back." Scrooge felt tears on his cheeks, but they were not tears of sadness. They were tears of recognition, of understanding, of a love that had never really gone away, but had simply been waiting for him to remember how to feel it. More figures appeared as the night wore on, some from his own life, others belonging to the many families who had visited the garden. They moved among the living like gentle blessings, touching faces with invisible hands, whispering words of comfort and encouragement that the living felt as sudden warmth in their hearts or unexpected moments of peace. The woman beside Scrooge, he realized now that she was part of this magical realm, one of the guardians who helped maintain the bridge between worlds, began to speak in a voice that was barely more than a whisper. "Every soul that has ever been loved leaves traces in the world," she said. "Love is the only thing that cannot be destroyed by death. It changes form, but it never disappears. Tonight, in this garden, love becomes visible. Tonight, those who have crossed over can return to dance with those who remember them." As if responding to her words, music began to play, not from any visible source, but arising from the very air itself. It was the same beautiful melody Scrooge had heard earlier, but now it swelled with harmonies provided by dozens of voices, both living and departed. The sound was indescribably lovely, not quite like earthly music, but something purer, something that spoke directly to the soul. The spirits began to dance, moving in slow, graceful circles around the tree. They were joined by some of the living visitors to the garden, who seemed to sense their invisible partners and moved with them in perfect harmony. Scrooge watched in wonder as Fan took the hand of a young child whose grandmother spun her in gentle circles, both the living girl and the departed spirit laughing with the same delighted joy. "Would you like to dance, Ebenezer?" Fan asked, extending her hand toward him. Without hesitation, Scrooge rose and took his sister's hand. He could not feel her flesh, but he felt her spirit, and that was enough. Together they moved to the music, stepping slowly and carefully, as if they were learning the steps to a dance they had known all their lives, but had simply forgotten how to perform. As they danced, Scrooge felt the last of the heaviness he had carried for so many years lift away from him. It rose from his shoulders and his chest like mist in the morning sun, dissolving into the air and leaving behind only lightness and peace. He understood now that grief was not the price of love, but its shadow, and that shadows only existed because light was shining somewhere nearby. The dance continued until the first pale hints of dawn began to touch the eastern sky. As the light grew stronger, the spirits began to fade, not disappearing but becoming one with the morning air, with the flowers, with the gentle breeze that stirred the leaves of the great tree. Fan kissed Scrooge's cheek with lips that felt like the brush of flower petals. "I must go now," she said, "but I'm not really leaving. I'm everywhere you remember me with love, and next year, when the veil grows thin again, light another candle. I'll be waiting." One by one, the other spirits faded as well, but they left behind a sense of presence rather than absence. The garden itself began to change as the sun rose higher, the marigold petals settling into ordinary flowers, the magical lights becoming simple morning sunshine filtering through leaves. But Scrooge knew that the magic was not gone. It had simply become invisible again, waiting for the next time when love and memory would call it back into being. The woman who had guided him through the night stood and brushed grass from her skirts. "The garden is always here," she told him. "Even when you cannot see it, it exists in every act of love, every moment of remembrance, every candle lit for someone who is missed. Tonight you learned that death is not an ending, but a transformation. Love finds a way to continue." Before leaving the Tree of Lights, Scrooge found himself drawn to explore one final section of the garden. The woman who had been his guide pointed toward a path that wound down the other side of the hill, lined with small lanterns that flickered like fireflies in the gentle morning breeze. "There is one more place I think you should see," she said softly. "The Memory Grove, where the stories of lives well lived are kept safe for all eternity." The path led through a grove of ancient trees whose trunks were smooth and silver, their bark inscribed with delicate patterns that looked almost like writing. As Scrooge walked among them, he realized that the patterns were indeed a form of script, not in any earthly language, but in the universal language of love and memory. Each tree held within its silver bark the essence of countless lives, the distillation of every kind word spoken, every gentle touch given, every moment of joy shared. In clearings between the trees, Scrooge discovered small pools of water, so clear they seemed like mirrors made of liquid starlight. When he peered into one, he did not see his own reflection, but instead witnessed scenes from the lives of those who had been celebrated in the garden that night. He saw the elderly man's grandfather as a young father, lifting a small boy high into the air while both laughed with pure delight. He saw the silver-haired woman as a young mother, teaching her daughter to braid marigolds into her hair for a festival celebration. In another pool, Scrooge saw his own childhood, but from Fan's perspective, he watched his sister playing alone in their vast, empty house, creating elaborate games and stories to fill the silence, always leaving a place for her absent brother in her imaginative worlds. He saw her waiting by the window for his return from school, practicing the jokes she would tell him and the songs she would sing to make him smile after months of loneliness. Tears flowed freely down Scrooge's cheeks as he witnessed scene after scene of Fan's boundless love, not just for him, but for everyone she encountered. He saw her befriending the servants their father ignored, sharing her small allowance with children who had less, tending to wounded birds she found in the garden. Her kindness had been like sunlight, touching everything around her and helping it grow. She was always thus, came a familiar voice from behind him. Scrooge turned to find the spirit of his old schoolmaster, Mr. Pemberton, standing among the silver trees. The man looked exactly as he had in life, but surrounded by the same gentle radiance that marked all the spirits in this place. "Master Pemberton," Scrooge whispered, hardly daring to believe his eyes. "She was my most joyful pupil," the old teacher continued, his eyes twinkling with remembered fondness. "Not because she was the cleverest, though she was certainly bright, but because she approached every lesson, every challenge, every new day as an adventure waiting to unfold. She taught me as much as I ever taught her." They walked together deeper into the grove, where Scrooge discovered that the trees grew in patterns that told stories. One cluster formed a circle around a small clearing where phantom children played eternal games of tag and hide and seek, their laughter like wind chimes in the morning air. Another group of trees had grown their branches together to form a natural cathedral where couples who had loved deeply could walk hand in hand through all eternity. "This is where love comes to rest," Mr. Pemberton explained, "not to sleep, but to continue growing in new ways. Every act of kindness, every moment of compassion, every instance of forgiveness plants a seed here. Over time, those seeds become these trees, these pools, these sacred spaces where the best of human nature is preserved forever." As they walked, Scrooge began to notice that some of the trees bore his own name, inscribed in their silver bark, not many, but a precious few. These marked moments when he had, despite his best efforts to remain hard-hearted, allowed kindness to slip through his defenses. The time he had given coins to a street musician whose song reminded him of Fan. The afternoon he had defended a young clerk from an angry customer's verbal abuse. The evening he had sat with old Mrs. Wiggins when she was ill, bringing her soup and reading to her from her favorite book. "You see, Mr. Pemberton said gently, "your heart was never truly closed, Ebenezer. It was only frightened, hiding behind walls of gold and gruffness. But love always finds a way through, doesn't it?" At the heart of the grove stood one tree larger and more magnificent than all the others. Its silver trunk was so wide that 20 people holding hands could not have encircled it, and its branches stretched so high they seemed to brush the very stars. This tree's bark bore no inscriptions, but instead glowed with a warm, pulsing light that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of a great, cosmic heartbeat. "The tree of all love," Mr. Pemberton said reverently. "It grows from every loving act that has ever been performed, every kind word that has ever been spoken, every gentle touch that has ever been given. It is the source and the destination, the beginning and the end of all that makes life beautiful." Scrooge approached the great tree and placed his hand on its warm bark. The moment his palm touched the silver surface, he felt connected to every soul he had ever encountered, every heart he had ever touched, however briefly. He felt Fan's love flowing through him, but also the love of parents for children he had never met, the devotion of friends separated by oceans, the tenderness of lovers who had found each other against all odds. It was overwhelming and peaceful all at once, like being embraced by the entire universe. In that moment, Scrooge understood that he was part of something infinitely larger than himself, a vast network of connection and care that spanned not just the living world, but all the realms of existence. Every being that had ever loved or been loved was a thread in this cosmic tapestry, and removing even one thread would diminish the beauty of the whole. "I never knew," Scrooge whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "I never understood how connected we all are." "Most people don't," Mr. Pemberton replied kindly. "It's too large to see from within it, like trying to perceive the shape of a forest while standing among the trees. But sometimes in moments of grace like this, the veil lifts, and we catch a glimpse of the magnificent pattern we're all part of." As the morning light grew stronger, Mr. Pemberton began to fade, but his voice remained clear and comforting. "Remember this feeling, Ebenezer. Carry it back with you into the world. Let it guide your days and warm your nights. And know that whenever you act from love, whenever you choose kindness over coldness, you add another line to the great story being written in these silver trees." Scrooge remained by the tree of all love for a long while, absorbing the peace that radiated from its ancient trunk. Gradually, he became aware of other spirits gathering around the tree, not to bid farewell, but to offer blessings for his journey back to the world of the living. They came from many times and places: grandmothers in traditional Mexican dress, soldiers from distant wars, children who had lived briefly but loved completely, artists and farmers and mothers and friends, all united by the love they had given and received. Fan appeared once more, radiant with joy and purpose. She took his hands and looked deep into his eyes. "The garden will always be here, brother," she said, her voice like a gentle stream flowing over smooth stones. "In every marigold that blooms, in every candle lit with love, in every story told to honor those who have gone before. When you need to find it again, simply open your heart to remembrance and follow the scent of flowers on the evening air." She pressed something into his palm, a single marigold petal that glowed with the same warm light as the great tree. "Keep this close to your heart," she whispered. "It will remind you that love never dies, it only transforms. And when your time comes to join us in this place, I'll be waiting to dance with you again under our tree of lights." With that, Fan kissed his forehead tenderly, and Scrooge felt a peace so complete it seemed to reach into the very depths of his soul. All around him, the spirits of the grove began to sing, not in any earthly language, but in harmonies that spoke directly to the heart. Their voices rose and fell like waves on a peaceful shore, carrying with them blessings of love, hope, and eternal connection. As the song reached its crescendo, the grove began to shimmer and fade, like morning mist touched by the first rays of sunlight. Scrooge found himself standing once again on the hill beneath the great tree, but now it looked like any ordinary oak, magnificent in its own right, but no longer glowing with otherworldly light. The garden around him had returned to its daytime appearance, still beautiful, but in the way of earthly gardens rather than magical realms. The altars remained, tended with loving care, but no longer surrounded by visible spirits. The marigolds still bloomed in brilliant profusion, but their petals no longer glowed within a fire. Yet Scrooge could feel the presence of all he had witnessed just beneath the surface of the ordinary world. The magic had not disappeared, it had simply become invisible again, waiting for hearts open enough to perceive it. In his pocket, Fan's glowing petal pulsed gently against his chest, a tangible reminder that the boundary between worlds was thinner than most people imagined. As Scrooge walked back through the garden, now an ordinary park, he found his pockets filled with glowing marigold petals, gifts from the spirits he had met. He paused at several altars, leaving a petal at each one, a prayer for a father's children, a wish for a grandmother's stories to live on. Each gift felt natural and right, as if he were finally learning the true purpose of wealth, to share, not to hoard. The petals seemed to multiply, ensuring his pockets were never empty. Passing through the garden gate, Scrooge felt a new warmth. London's streets looked the same, but he had been transformed. He walked home slowly, savoring the memory of Fan's laughter and the feeling of dancing under a tree made of love. Along the way, he began to notice things he had never truly observed before: a mother humming to her baby, an old man feeding pigeons, two children sharing an apple. These small acts of love seemed to glow with a gentle light, and he realized the magic of the garden was everywhere, visible to those who had learned to see with the eyes of love. Reaching his house at dawn, Scrooge paused on his doorstep with a new appreciation for his neighborhood. He saw how a neighbor tended her window boxes, and how a young boy helped an elderly woman with her shopping. For the first time, he saw his street not as separate buildings but as a community. He climbed to his room and watched the sun rise over London, seeing the city's millions of lives as a vast symphony. As he finally settled into bed, Scrooge smiled. He could still smell marigolds, and Fan's presence lingered like a gentle blessing. For the first time in years, he fell asleep not to escape the world, but to rest peacefully, surrounded by love. In his dreams, he danced under the Tree of Lights, walked through the memory grove, and witnessed acts of kindness rippling outward like circles in water. He found the truth the garden had taught him. Love is the thread that connects all hearts, all lives, all moments, weaving them into a tapestry so strong that not even death could tear it apart. The marigold petals in his pockets glowed softly through the night, a promise that the garden would be waiting. As the city stirred, Scrooge slept on, cradled in dreams of silver trees and glowing flowers, knowing his sister's presence was just a heartbeat away, a reminder that he was never alone because love echoes through eternity. Alice in Wonderland, a Halloween sleep story, the autumn moon garden. The afternoon light filtered through the gauzy cream-colored curtains of Alice's bedroom, casting long golden streams that painted the walls with a warm amber glow. The crisp scent of October air seeped through the slightly open window, carrying hints of fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and the faint sweetness of ripe apples from the orchard nearby. Alice had been curled up in her favorite reading nook, a plush armchair upholstered in soft sage green, with a worn collection of autumn poetry resting in her lap. Her eyes traced the delicate words on the page, each verse evoking the rustle of leaves and the quiet melancholy of the season. Outside, amber and crimson leaves performed a slow, graceful ballet, twirling and drifting to the ground below in a mesmerizing dance orchestrated by the autumn breeze. As the warmth of the afternoon sun caressed her face, drowsiness began to tug at her eyelids, gentle as a mother's touch, coaxing her toward sleep. The book slipped from her fingers, its pages whispering as it settled against the armrest, and Alice sank deeper into the cushions, her breathing slowing to a soft, steady rhythm. In that liminal space between waking and dreaming, where the boundaries of reality blur and the impossible feels within reach, Alice felt herself gently pulled into a familiar yet exhilarating sensation. It was as if she were adrift on a tranquil river, the current carrying her effortlessly downstream toward a destination that shimmered with promise and mystery. The golden light in her room seemed to pulse and ripple like sunlight reflecting off water, and the air grew thick with an otherworldly energy that tingled against her skin. Before she could fully register the strangeness of it all, the world around her shifted, and she found herself standing in a place that was both utterly foreign and deeply familiar, as if her heart had always known it existed. The transition was seamless, like stepping through a doorway she hadn't noticed was there, and she stood, wide-eyed, at the edge of a scene so breathtaking it seemed to belong to a dream crafted just for her. The place before her could only be described as an autumn moon garden, though the term felt inadequate to capture the enchantment that unfolded in every direction. Above the sky was a deep, velvety twilight purple, a canvas of rich indigo that seemed to hum with quiet magic. Stars dotted the heavens, each one larger and more luminous than any Alice had ever seen, their silver light casting a soft, ethereal glow over the landscape below. A full harvest moon hung low on the horizon, its golden surface so close and vivid that Alice felt she could climb the gentle hill before her, stretch out her hand, and brush her fingers against its radiant, pock-marked face. The moonlight bathed the garden in a warm, amber hue, blending with the starlight to create a scene that felt both timeless and alive, as if the very air were infused with the essence of autumn itself. The garden was unlike anything Alice had encountered, even in her previous adventures through the whimsical chaos of Wonderland. Where she might have expected to find beds of roses or tulips, there were instead rows upon rows of jack-o'-lanterns, growing as naturally as any flower. These were no ordinary pumpkins. They were alive with a gentle inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The smallest were no larger than her thumb, glowing with a faint, firefly-like warmth that flickered delicately in the twilight. Their tiny, carved faces bore expressions of quiet curiosity, as if they were just beginning to understand the world around them. Medium-sized jack-o'-lanterns dotted the rows, their carved features more defined, kindly eyes that seemed to follow her movements, soft smiles that radiated warmth, and cheerful grins that nodded in silent greeting. Each one seemed to possess a personality, a spark of life that made the garden feel like a gathering of old friends rather than a mere collection of plants. The largest jack-o'-lanterns were truly magnificent, towering nearly as tall as Alice herself, their surfaces etched with intricate designs that rivaled the finest portraits. Their carved faces were not menacing but serene, wise, or gently amused, as if they held the secrets of countless autumns within their glowing cores. Some bore expressions of quiet contemplation, their eyes seeming to gaze into the distance with a knowing calm. Others appeared to share private jokes, their lips curved in subtle, mischievous smiles that invited Alice to join in their silent mirth. The warm amber light they emitted pulsed in a slow, rhythmic pattern, reminiscent of a contented sigh or the steady beat of a heart at rest, filling the garden with a sense of peace that wrapped around Alice like a soft blanket. Winding between the rows of glowing pumpkins were pathways of silvery sand, their surfaces shimmering with an inner light that made them easy to navigate even in the dim twilight. The sand was soft underfoot, cool yet comforting, and seemed to sparkle with flecks of starlight embedded within it. Along the edges of the paths, tall ornamental grasses swayed in a breeze so gentle it was barely perceptible, their feathery plumes catching the moonlight and casting intricate patterns of shadow and silver. The grasses moved in a slow, hypnotic dance, their tips brushing against one another in a whisper of sound that added to the garden's serene atmosphere. Occasionally, a single plume would detach and drift upward, catching the light in a fleeting moment of brilliance before settling back among its kin as if reluctant to leave the garden's embrace. As Alice stepped onto one of the shimmering paths, she felt the air itself come alive with a subtle, enchanting magic. Tiny sparks of light floated lazily through the atmosphere like fireflies on a summer evening, but as they drew closer, she saw they were not insects but translucent leaves, each glowing with a soft, golden radiance from within. These leaves defied gravity, falling upward as often as down, tracing gentle spirals and loops in the air before settling wherever they pleased. Some landed on the sandy paths, where they glimmered like scattered jewels. Others nestled among the jack-o'-lantern vines, adding to their glow, and a few brushed against Alice's hair, their touch light and fleeting, before continuing their unhurried dance. The sight was so mesmerizing that Alice paused to watch, her breath catching at the beauty of it all, feeling as though she had stumbled into a world where every detail was crafted to inspire wonder. The silence of the garden was profound, yet it was not a hollow absence of sound, but a rich tapestry woven from the subtlest noises. The distant whisper of wind rustling through autumn trees carried a melody that seemed to speak of ancient forests and forgotten harvest festivals. The soft rustle of leaves, both those falling to the ground and those rising into the air, created a gentle counterpoint, like the breath of the garden itself. The jack-o'-lanterns emitted a faint hum, a sound so low and soothing it was felt more than heard, resonating with a warmth that seemed to say all was well in this magical place. Occasionally, Alice caught the faintest echo of laughter, soft, distant, and filled with joy rather than mockery. It was the kind of laughter that invited her to share in its warmth, to feel included in the quiet celebration of this enchanted autumn night. As Alice followed the winding path, her footsteps soft against the silvery sand, she came upon a small clearing where the jack-o'-lanterns grew in a perfect circle around a shallow crystalline pool. The water was so still and clear it seemed as though a piece of the night sky had been carefully excised and laid into the earth. Stars reflected in its surface, but they moved independently of the stars above, tracing their own languid patterns in a slow, mesmerizing dance. The effect was hypnotic, and Alice found herself staring into the pool, captivated by the interplay of light and shadow, as if the water held secrets it was not yet ready to share. The surrounding jack-o'-lanterns cast their warm glow across the pool, their light mingling with the starlight to create a scene of otherworldly beauty. Seated beside the pool on a cushion of velvety moss was a figure Alice recognized instantly, though he was transformed by the serenity of this place. It was the Mad Hatter, but his usual frenetic energy had been replaced by a calm, almost regal stillness that seemed perfectly suited to the garden's tranquil atmosphere. His iconic hat, once tall and tattered, was now a deep midnight blue, adorned with tiny silver stars that twinkled in harmony with the sky above. His coat, too, had undergone a transformation, its patchwork fabric replaced by soft velvet in a rich forest green, with polished brass buttons that caught the light from the surrounding jack-o'-lanterns and reflected it in warm golden glints. His eyes, usually wide with manic glee, now held a gentle warmth, and his smile was one of quiet contentment. "Alice," he said, his voice soft and measured, a stark contrast to his usual rapid-fire chatter. "How delightful that you've found your way to the autumn moon garden. I was just sharing tea with the October spirits, and they've expressed a keen interest in meeting you." His words were accompanied by a gesture toward the empty space around the pool, and Alice followed his gaze, puzzled at first by the absence of any other figures. But as she looked more closely, she began to notice details she had overlooked. The jack-o'-lanterns encircling the pool weren't merely carved with random faces. They bore the likenesses of gentle, kindly spirits, their expressions alive with warmth and curiosity. Some blinked slowly, their carved eyes moving with a subtle lifelike grace. Others tilted their heads thoughtfully, as if considering her presence, and a few nodded in silent acknowledgement, their smiles welcoming her into their quiet gathering. "Please, sit," the Hatter invited, gesturing to a patch of moss that seemed to mold itself into a comfortable seat just as Alice needed it. She settled onto it, marveling at its warmth and softness, like sitting on a cloud warmed by the last rays of an autumn sunset. As she made herself comfortable, a delicate china teacup appeared beside her, seemingly out of nowhere, filled with a steaming liquid that carried the rich, comforting scents of cinnamon, nutmeg, and a mysterious spice that evoked memories of cozy evenings by a fire. The cup was warm in her hands, its surface painted with delicate autumn leaves that seemed to shift and shimmer in the moonlight. "The October spirits were just explaining," the Hatter continued, his voice steady and soothing, "that Halloween magic is a unique kind, distinct from the wild transformations or startling surprises of other realms. It's a magic rooted in recognition and comfort, a gentle reminder that the unknown can be friendly, that shadows can be warm and inviting rather than cold and foreboding." As he spoke, Alice noticed that the shadows cast by the jack-o'-lanterns were not stark or ominous, but a soft, glowing grey, radiant with their own subtle light. They seemed like places where one might curl up with a book or drift into a peaceful nap, surrounded by the garden's quiet embrace. "Would you like to help us tend the garden?" came a voice, warm and grandmotherly, from one of the larger jack-o'-lanterns, though its carved mouth remained still. The tone was so kind and welcoming that Alice felt an immediate sense of belonging, as if she had been invited into a cherished family tradition. She nodded instinctively, her heart answering before her mind could catch up, drawn to the idea of contributing to this magical place. She stood, still clutching her fragrant tea, and looked to the Hatter for guidance. "It's quite simple," he said, rising with a graceful ease that seemed entirely natural in this serene setting. "We need to help the jack-o'-lantern seeds find their perfect places in the garden, ensuring each growing pumpkin receives just the right balance of moonlight and starshine." He led her to a corner of the garden she hadn't noticed before, where the ground was blanketed with tiny, glowing seeds scattered across the silvery sand. Each seed pulsed with its own unique light, some warm amber, others soft orange, deep red, or pale yellow, each with a rhythm that felt alive and individual, like the heartbeat of a tiny, hopeful creature. Some pulsed quickly, as if eager to grow, while others glowed with a slow, contemplative rhythm that spoke of patience and wisdom. Each seed, the Hatter explained, kneeling beside the scattered lights with a reverence that matched the garden's tranquility, will grow into the jack-o'-lantern the garden needs, but only if it's planted in the spot where it feels most at home. The trick is to listen with your heart, not your mind, and let the seed guide you. Alice knelt beside him, her eyes drawn to a small seed glowing with a particularly warm amber light, its rhythm steady and comforting, like the purr of a contented cat. As her fingers brushed against it, she felt a gentle, emotional pull, not a physical tug, but a quiet yearning, as if the seed longed for a place it had yet to discover. Trusting this feeling, Alice stood and moved through the garden, the seed cradled in her palms. The pull grew stronger as she neared the reflecting pool, where the moonlight fell in a delicate pattern through the swaying grasses, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. She knelt and pressed the seed into the soft, warm earth, feeling the ground yield gently beneath her touch. Almost instantly, a tiny green shoot emerged, its delicate leaves unfurling in the moonlight, radiating a quiet contentment that warmed Alice's heart. She smiled, a wave of peace washing over her, as if she had helped a small piece of the world find its rightful place. "Perfect," said the grandmotherly voice from the jack-o'-lantern, its tone filled with approval and affection. "You have the touch, my dear. Each seed you plant will grow into exactly what the garden needs." Encouraged, Alice continued her work, moving through the garden with a sense of purpose that felt both new and timeless. She planted dozens of seeds, each one guiding her to its ideal spot through that same gentle emotional pull. Some longed to be near the reflecting pool, where their light could mingle with the starlit water. Others preferred the winding paths, where they could greet passers-by with their warm glow, and a few felt most at home on the hillside, closer to the stars that seemed to sing to them in the quiet night. As she worked, Alice's movements grew slower, more deliberate, each action a meditative act that deepened her connection to the garden. The rhythm of walking, kneeling, and planting became a soothing ritual, her breathing aligning with the gentle pulsing of the jack-o'-lanterns around her. Her mind grew quiet, free of the usual clutter of thoughts, filled instead with the simple joy of being part of this magical place. The hatter worked beside her, his own movements graceful and unhurried, occasionally humming soft melodies that seemed to coax the seeds into settling happily into the earth. At times she overheard him speaking quietly with the October spirits, their voices blending into the garden's symphony as they discussed the balance of colors and rhythms needed to complete the garden's harmony. The hours slipped by, though time seemed to flow differently in the autumn moon garden, stretching and contracting like a dream. Alice felt no fatigue, only a deep sense of fulfillment as she tended to the seeds, each one a small promise of light and warmth. The garden seemed to respond to her efforts, its glow growing brighter, its hum more resonant, as if it were thanking her for her care. And as she worked, she couldn't help but feel that she, too, was finding her place in this enchanted world, her heart aligning with the quiet magic of the October night. As the evening deepened, Alice's senses sharpened, and she began to notice subtle movements in the garden's soft twilight that she had initially mistaken for mere shadows cast by the glowing jack-o'-lanterns. At first they appeared as fleeting flickers, dancing at the edges of her vision, but as she focused, she realized they were not shadows at all, but gentle, translucent spirits, ethereal inhabitants of the garden itself. These figures moved with a grace that seemed almost choreographed, their motions fluid and deliberate, like dancers performing a silent ballet under the harvest moon. They tended to the growing jack-o'-lanterns with delicate touches, adjusting vines, brushing silvery sand from leaves, or gently coaxing a seedling to stand a little taller. Though they never spoke, their presence was warm and welcoming, and occasionally one would pause to nod at Alice, their translucent faces radiating quiet approval. The acknowledgement filled her with a profound sense of connection, as if her careful work planting seeds was not just appreciated but woven into the very fabric of this magical place, a shared effort that transcended time and space. The spirits themselves were a vision of otherworldly beauty, their forms crafted from moonlight and autumn mist, substantial enough to interact with the garden, yet so ethereal that Alice could see the twinkling stars through their shimmering outlines. Their garments flowed like liquid night, as if woven from the deep indigo of the twilight sky, adorned with intricate patterns of constellations that shifted and reformed with every movement. Some bore the faint outlines of Orion or the Pleiades, while others displayed unfamiliar star formations that seemed to tell stories of forgotten skies. Their faces were serene, ageless, and imbued with a timeless quality that suggested they had been tending this enchanted garden for centuries, perhaps millennia, their presence as constant as the turning of the seasons. Their eyes, glowing softly with the same silver light as the stars above, held a kindness that made Alice feel instantly at ease, as if she were among old friends who had known her long before she arrived in this magical place. One spirit, whose starry gown seemed to contain an entire galaxy of tiny, pulsating lights, approached Alice as she knelt to plant a particularly large seed that glowed with a deep, rich purple light, its rhythm slow and resonant, like the tolling of a distant bell. The spirit knelt beside her, its translucent hands hovering over Alice's own, guiding them with a gentle, almost imperceptible touch to press the seed to the perfect depth in the warm, yielding earth. As their hands moved together, Alice felt a surge of warmth and gratitude, a profound sense of belonging that enveloped her like a soft embrace. It was as if she had been welcomed into an ancient lineage of gardeners, a sacred tradition that stretched back through countless autumns, each caretaker adding their love and care to the garden's enduring magic. The spirit's touch was cool yet comforting, and its presence seemed to whisper of shared purpose, of a bond forged in the quiet act of nurturing life in this enchanted place. When the seed was planted, a tiny sprout emerged almost instantly, its leaves unfurling with a soft glow that mirrored the purple light of the seed. The spirit stood, its starry gown shimmering with a cascade of light, and gestured toward a part of the garden Alice had yet to explore. Intrigued, she followed the silent invitation, her footsteps soft against the silvery sand as she wound through the glowing rows of jack-o'-lanterns. The path led her to a grove of trees, their branches heavy with hanging lanterns that were not made of glass or metal but of hollow gourds and small pumpkins, each carved with intricate lace-like patterns. These natural lanterns glowed with a warm golden light, casting delicate shadow pictures onto the ground below that shifted gently in the breeze. The patterns were mesmerizing, their designs so precise and detailed that they seemed to hold stories within their flickering forms, inviting Alice to pause and lose herself in their quiet beauty. The shadow pictures were not the eerie or unsettling images one might expect in a moonlit grove, but gentle, heartwarming scenes that spoke of the joys of autumn. Alice saw vignettes of harvest festivals, with villagers dancing around bonfires, their faces alight with laughter and camaraderie. Other shadows depicted families gathered around long tables laden with steaming dishes, their hands clasped in gratitude before a meal. She saw children leaping into piles of crisp leaves, their giggles almost audible in the stillness, and couples sharing warm drinks under blankets, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight. The scenes moved slowly, like a dream unfolding at its own leisurely pace, each one a celebration of the ways autumn brought people together in moments of comfort, connection, and quiet joy. Alice stood transfixed, her heart swelling with a longing to be part of those scenes, to share in the warmth and togetherness they depicted. At the heart of the grove stood a tree that commanded reverence, its presence ancient and wise, its trunk so broad that Alice imagined it would take a dozen friends holding hands to encircle it. Its bark gleamed silver white in the moonlight, smooth yet textured with the wisdom of countless seasons, and its branches stretched upward, their tips brushing the stars as if in quiet conversation with the heavens. From its lower branches hung dozens of jack-o'-lanterns, each one unique in size, shape, and design, their carved faces glowing with expressions ranging from serene contemplation to gentle amusement. Some were tiny, their light delicate and flickering, while others were large, their intricate carvings resembling portraits of forgotten autumn spirits. The tree seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as if it were the heart of the garden, anchoring its magic and radiating a sense of timeless peace. Nestled among the great roots of the tree, like a throne carved by nature itself, sat the largest and most magnificent jack-o'-lantern Alice had ever seen. It towered over her, easily twice her height, its surface carved with such intricate artistry that it transcended its humble origins as a pumpkin and became a masterwork of sculpture. The face etched into its glowing surface was benevolent and wise, its kind eyes seeming to hold the accumulated wisdom of countless autumns, their depths reflecting the light of stars and moons long past. Its gentle smile radiated a warmth that enveloped Alice, dispelling any lingering doubts or fears, and filling her with an immediate sense of peace. The jack-o'-lantern's light pulsed slowly, its rhythm steady and comforting, like the heartbeat of the garden itself, inviting all who stood before it to rest in its embrace. "Welcome, Alice," said the great jack-o'-lantern, its voice deep and resonant, like the sound of wind rustling through a forest of autumn leaves, carrying with it the scents of earth and spice. "We have been waiting for you to join us for the Halloween moon ceremony, a moment when the garden comes alive with the magic of this sacred night." The words were spoken with such warmth and sincerity that Alice felt as though she had been personally invited to a gathering of great importance, her presence not just welcomed but essential to the harmony of the event. She looked around and saw that the garden spirits had gathered in the grove, their translucent forms shimmering in the moonlight, their starry garments twinkling in unison with the jack-o'-lanterns. The hatter stood among them, his forest green coat now adorned with a crown of autumn leaves that shimmered with stardust, his serene smile reflecting the garden's tranquil magic. "What is the Halloween moon ceremony?" Alice asked, her voice soft and reverent, instinctively matching the peaceful tone of the gathering. She felt a quiet awe, as if she were standing on the threshold of something ancient and profound, a moment that connected her to a timeless tradition. "It is the moment," the great jack-o'-lantern explained, its voice rich with the weight of centuries, "when we celebrate the harmonious coexistence of the world of the living and the realm of mystery. Tonight, under the radiant full autumn moon, we honor the truth that the unknown need not be feared, that differences can be a source of wonder, and that the boundary between the everyday world and the world of magic is not a barrier but a doorway, inviting us to step through with open hearts." Its words resonated deeply, filling Alice with a sense of clarity and purpose, as if she had always known this truth but needed the garden's wisdom to fully understand it. As if in response to the great jack-o'-lantern's words, the full moon above seemed to blaze with newfound intensity, its silver light flooding the garden with a brilliance that illuminated every detail. The carved faces of the jack-o'-lanterns glowed with warm contentment, their expressions radiating a quiet joy that seemed to echo the moon's light. The spirits shimmered with an ethereal grace, their starry garments sparkling like a celestial tapestry, and the growing plants reached upward, their leaves trembling with gratitude as they bathed in the celestial glow. The entire garden seemed to hum with a shared energy, a collective celebration of the magic that bound it together under the autumn moon. The ceremony itself was unlike any ritual Alice had ever witnessed, its simplicity profound and moving. There were no grand speeches or elaborate gestures, only a shared moment of quiet reverence as everyone in the garden stood together, basking in the moonlight. The spirits, the hatter, and the jack-o'-lanterns all seemed to breathe as one, their presence unified by a deep sense of connection to the magic surrounding them. Alice felt it too, a profound sense of belonging, as if she were part of an ancient lineage that stretched back through generations of gardeners, spirits, and wise jack-o'-lanterns, all united by their love for this enchanted place. The silence was filled with a music born not of instruments but of harmony, the soft hum of the jack-o'-lanterns, the whisper of the autumn breeze through the trees, the gentle laughter of the spirits, and the slow, steady breathing of the earth itself, resting peacefully under the moon's tender care. As Alice stood in the grove, enveloped by the garden's gentle magic, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, warm and comforting, like a soft blanket draped over her shoulders. The moonlight seemed to wrap around her, its silver glow soothing her senses, while the warm light from the jack-o'-lanterns made her eyelids grow heavy with contentment. The ceremony continued around her, its quiet rhythm requiring no effort beyond the simple joy of being present, of sharing in the garden's peace. She felt herself swaying slightly, her body relaxing into the moment, carried by the gentle pulse of the garden's magic. "Alice," the Hatter said softly, appearing beside her with his serene smile, his crown of leaves catching the moonlight in a delicate shimmer. "Would you like to rest in the moon garden's most special sleeping place? The ceremony will continue through the night, and you can sleep peacefully, cradled by the gentle magic that surrounds us." His voice was warm and inviting, promising a rest unlike any she had known. Alice nodded, her eyes heavy with the weight of the day's work and the garden's soothing enchantment. The hours spent tending the seeds, combined with the profound peace of this place, had left her in a state of perfect relaxation, her mind quiet and her heart full. The hatter led her to a small hill nearby, its surface covered in the softest moss she had ever felt, warm and yielding like a bed crafted by the garden itself. The moonlight fell in a gentle pattern across the hill, filtered through the swaying grasses, and the surrounding jack-o'-lanterns cast warm, comforting shadows that seemed to embrace her. A bed formed itself from the moss and scattered leaves, perfectly shaped to her body, its surface as inviting as a cloud warmed by autumn sunlight. As Alice lay down, the earth beneath her radiated a gentle warmth, as if the garden itself were cradling her in its care. The great oak tree stretched one of its lower branches over her, and from it hung a small, exquisitely carved jack-o'-lantern, its light glowing with the softest, most comforting warmth, bright enough to reassure her, yet dim enough to lull her toward sleep. The light pulsed slowly, its rhythm aligning with her own slowing breaths, guiding her gently toward rest. "Sleep well, dear Alice," whispered the grandmotherly voice from the large jack-o'-lantern, its tone filled with love and protection. "You are safe and cherished in the moon garden, and we will all watch over your dreams." The words wrapped around her like a lullaby, their warmth settling into her heart as she sank deeper into the mossy bed. The sounds of the ongoing ceremony enveloped her, quiet humming from the spirits, the hatter's soft conversation with the October spirits, and the gentle creaking of the ancient oak as it swayed in the breeze. These sounds blended into a melody more beautiful than any lullaby, a symphony of peace and magic that carried her toward sleep. The jack-o'-lantern above her pulsed more slowly, its light dimming gradually, as if it knew exactly when she was ready to drift off. She felt the loving presence of the garden spirits surrounding her, their watchful care a gentle promise that she was safe in this enchanted place. As Alice hovered on the edge of sleep, she noticed the autumn leaves falling more thickly now, but instead of settling on the ground, they drifted gently over her, forming a blanket of gold, red, and amber. Each leaf seemed to carry a wish for peaceful dreams, their touch light and comforting, like a mother's hand smoothing a child's hair. The sensation was so soothing that Alice surrendered completely, her body relaxing into the embrace of the garden's magic. Her final thoughts were of gratitude for the autumn moon garden, with its glowing jack-o'-lanterns and gentle spirits, for the hatter's quiet companionship transformed by the serenity of this place, and for the great jack-o'-lantern whose wisdom and warmth had made her feel so safe and loved. The Halloween moon ceremony continued softly around her, a celebration of the harmony between the known and the unknown, the ordinary and the magical, the living and the eternal. In that perfect moment, surrounded by the loving glow of countless jack-o'-lanterns and watched over by the benevolent spirits of the garden, Alice slipped into the deepest, most restorative sleep she had ever known, her dreams alight with gentle radiance, and the promise that peace and magic could coexist in the soft shadows of an October night. The moon continued its slow ascent across the star-filled sky, its silver light blessing the sleeping garden and its dreamers with a quiet promise. When morning came, it would bring with it new wonders, new reasons to marvel at the gentle magic that lingered in the quiet spaces between the everyday world and the realm of beautiful dreams, where the autumn moon garden would forever hold a place in Alice's heart. The Secret Gardens, A Day of the Dead Sleep Story, Mary's Marigold Garden. The autumn air at Misselthwaite Manor held a crispness that made Mary Lennox pull her woolen shawl closer as she wandered through the familiar corridors. It had been 3 years since she'd first arrived at her uncle's Yorkshire estate, 3 years since she'd discovered the secret garden that had changed everything. Now 16, she moved through the manor with the quiet confidence of someone who had found her place in the world. Yet tonight something felt different, as if the very walls were humming with an energy she couldn't quite name. The grandfather clock in the main hall chimed 9 times, its deep resonance echoing through the stone passages. Mary paused by the tall windows that looked out over the moors, watching as the last light of day painted the sky in shades of amber and rose. It was the 1st of November, and though Yorkshire knew nothing of the Mexican traditions her governess, Senora Martinez, had once whispered about during their Spanish lessons in India, Mary felt an inexplicable pull toward something sacred and beautiful. She had been thinking of her parents more often lately, not with the bitter resentment that had once consumed her, but with a gentle curiosity about who they might have been beyond her childhood memories of neglect. Perhaps it was the changing season, or perhaps it was simply that she had grown enough to hold space for complex feelings. But tonight she found herself wondering what her mother's laugh had sounded like, what flowers her father might have preferred in his garden. As these thoughts drifted through her mind like autumn leaves on the wind, Mary noticed something peculiar. There, at the end of the corridor she was walking down a passage she had explored countless times, was a door she had never seen before. It stood slightly ajar, and through the gap came the most extraordinary scent, marigolds in full bloom, rich and earthy and impossibly vibrant for November in Yorkshire. Mary approached the door slowly, her bare feet silent on the cold stone floor. The scent grew stronger with each step, accompanied now by something else, the faint sound of water trickling as if from a small fountain, and beneath that, so soft she might have imagined it, the distant sound of gentle laughter, warm and welcoming as summer rain. She pushed the door open wider and gasped. Beyond the threshold lay not another room of the manor, but a garden unlike any she had ever seen. The space seemed to exist in perpetual twilight, neither fully day nor night, with a sky the color of deep amethyst scattered with stars that pulsed gently like fireflies. Thousands upon thousands of marigolds carpeted the ground in waves of gold and orange, their petals glowing as if lit from within. Paper lanterns in jewel tones hung from branches of trees she didn't recognize, casting dancing shadows that moved like living things across the paths. Mary stepped through the doorway and felt the cool stone of the manor floor give way to soft earth beneath her feet. The air here was warm despite the season, carrying scents of copal incense, fresh bread, and flowers, always flowers. In the distance she could see what appeared to be a small pavilion or gazebo, its white columns wrapped in garlands of marigolds and flickering with the warm light of hundreds of candles. As she began to walk along the winding path through this impossible garden, Mary noticed that the marigolds seemed to part gently before her steps, creating a clear walkway that led toward the pavilion. The flowers swayed in a breeze that felt like the gentlest touch against her skin, and with each gust came whispers, not words exactly, but something that felt like voices filled with love and longing and joy. The path curved around a small pond where lily pads floated serenely, their surfaces dotted with floating candles that cast rippling reflections on the dark water. Wooden boats, each no larger than a child's toy, drifted slowly across the pond's surface. As Mary knelt to look closer, she saw that each boat carried a tiny cargo. Photographs so small she could barely make out the faces. Miniature bouquets of marigolds, little cakes decorated with sugar skulls no bigger than her thumbnail. She reached out to touch one of the boats, and as her finger made contact with the water, the most wonderful thing happened. The surface of the pond began to glow with a soft, pearl-like radiance, and in that glow, Mary saw faces, hundreds of them, thousands maybe, young and old, laughing and serious, all looking at her with such tenderness that tears sprang to her eyes. They were not frightening or sad, these faces in the water. Instead, they seemed to be saying hello, welcoming her to this place where memory and love took on physical form. Mary sat back on her heels, overwhelmed by the beauty of it all. As she watched, more boats appeared on the pond's surface, materializing from the gentle mist that rose from the water. Each carried its own small treasures, a letter folded into a paper airplane, a single rose, a child's drawing rendered in impossible miniature detail. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" came a soft voice from behind her. Mary turned to see a woman emerging from between the marigolds. Though emerging wasn't quite right, she seemed to simply become visible, as if she had been there all along, waiting for Mary to notice her. The woman was perhaps her mother's age, with kind eyes and greying hair woven through with marigold petals. She wore a dress that seemed to be cut from twilight itself, deep purple fabric that shimmered with tiny points of light like distant stars. "I'm sorry," Mary said, rising to her feet. "I didn't mean to intrude. I found a door in the manor, and it led here. But I don't understand how that's possible." The woman smiled, and her smile was like the first warm day of spring. "Oh, my dear child, you haven't intruded at all. This garden exists for moments just like this, when someone needs to remember that love doesn't end with goodbye." She gestured toward the pavilion. "Would you like to see the rest? I have a feeling there's something here that's meant for you." Mary nodded, unable to speak past the sudden tightness in her throat. There was something about this woman that felt deeply familiar, though she was certain they had never met. Together, they walked along the marigold-lined path toward the glowing pavilion, their footsteps muffled by the soft petals that carpeted the ground. As they drew closer, Mary could see that the pavilion was even more beautiful than she had imagined. Its columns were carved with intricate patterns of vines and flowers, and between them hung garlands of marigolds, interwoven with photographs and small personal objects. A child's toy here, a piece of jewelry there, a book opened to a beloved page. The space inside glowed with the warm light of hundreds of candles in glass holders, each flame dancing gently in the evening breeze. But it was what lay in the center of the pavilion that took Mary's breath away. There, on a table draped with white linen embroidered with golden thread, was an ofrenda, an altar unlike any she had ever imagined. It rose in 3 tiers, each level covered with offerings, plates of food that somehow remained warm despite the open air, cups of steaming chocolate, loaves of bread shaped like flowers, and everywhere, always, marigolds in abundance. But it was the photographs that drew Mary forward, her heart hammering against her ribs. There, on the middle tier, in frames made of woven marigold stems, were pictures she recognized but had never seen displayed with such care and reverence. Her parents at their wedding, young and radiant in sepia tones. Her father in his garden in India, his hands covered in soil and his face bright with joy as he held a seedling up to the camera. Her mother reading beneath a mango tree, completely absorbed in her book, unaware she was being photographed. How? Mary whispered, reaching toward one of the photographs but stopping just short of touching it. Love finds a way, the woman said gently, coming to stand beside her, even when we think it's been lost forever. Even when we believe we were never loved at all. Mary's vision blurred as tears spilled down her cheeks. But they didn't love me, they ignored me, forgot about me, left me to the servants while they lived their lives. I was nothing to them. The woman's hand came to rest on Mary's shoulder, warm and comforting as sunlight. Oh, sweet child, is that truly what you believe? She gestured toward the altar. Look closer, really look. Through her tears, Mary looked again at the photographs, and this time she began to notice details she had missed. In the wedding photo, her mother wore a small pendant, one that Mary suddenly remembered finding in her jewelry box years ago, a pendant she had been told was worthless and had given away. But here, in this sacred space, she could see that it bore an engraving, a tiny seedling reaching toward the Sunday. In the garden photograph, her father held the seedling with such tenderness, such hope in his expression, and there, barely visible at the edge of the frame, was a small planted area with a tiny wooden sign. Mary squinted, and her heart nearly stopped. Though the writing was blurry with age and distance, she could just make out her own name carefully painted in her father's precise script. He planted a garden for me, she breathed. He planted many gardens for you, the woman confirmed. Look. As if responding to her words, more photographs materialized on the altar. Mary's father preparing a nursery, painting the walls a soft yellow and hanging paper birds from the ceiling. Her parents shopping for children's clothes, her mother holding up a tiny dress with such delight that her whole face glowed. Her father reading aloud from a gardening book to her mother's pregnant belly, his hand resting protectively over the place where Mary grew. But why? Mary's voice cracked. Why didn't they show me this love? Why was I always alone? The woman's eyes filled with compassion. Sometimes, my dear one, people carry so much pain inside themselves that they don't know how to let love out. Your parents suffered losses you never knew about, 3 babies who came before you and couldn't stay, grief that lived in their hearts like winter. When you were born, they were so afraid of losing you too that they built walls around their hearts, thinking distance would hurt less than attachment. As she spoke, new items appeared on the altar, letters written in her mother's hand but never sent, filled with words of love and worry and dreams for her daughter's future. Her father's journal entries describing Mary's first steps, first words, the way she laughed when he made faces at her in her high chair. Photo after photo of Mary as a baby and small child, taken from a distance but filled with such longing that it was impossible to mistake the love behind the lens. They were afraid, Mary whispered, understanding flooding through her like warm light. They were terrified, the woman agreed. But fear never means absence of love. Sometimes it means the presence of so much love that we don't know how to hold it without breaking. Mary reached out then, finally touching one of the photographs, the one of her mother reading under the mango tree. As her fingers made contact with the glass, the most extraordinary thing happened. She could suddenly feel everything. Her mother's desperate wish that her daughter would inherit her love of books, her father's prayer that Mary would find joy in growing things, their shared hope that someday she would understand that distance had been their clumsy attempt at protection, not rejection. The love washed over her in waves, all the unexpressed affection of her parents' hearts finally finding its way to her. She understood now that every flower in her father's garden had been planted with her in mind. Every book her mother read was chosen with the hope that someday she might share it with her daughter. Their love hadn't been absent, it had been there all along, waiting for a moment when Mary was old enough and strong enough to receive it. "Thank you," she whispered to the photographs, to her parents, to the universe that had brought her to this magical place where love could finally find its voice. "There's more," the woman said softly. "Look." Mary turned to see that the altar had grown, expanding beyond just her parents' memory. There were photographs now of all the people who had loved her throughout her life, even in small ways she had never noticed. Mrs. Medlock, stern-faced but standing guard over Mary's bedroom door during a fever, refusing to leave her post. Ben Weatherstaff, carefully tending the plants Mary had started in small pots, making sure they survived even when she forgot to water them. Martha, mending Mary's clothes with extra care, adding small embroidered flowers to make them prettier. Even Senora Martinez was there, the governess who had taught Mary Spanish and had whispered stories of Dia de los Muertos during their lessons. The woman smiled as Mary noticed her picture. "She told you about this, didn't she? About the day when the veil grows thin and love can cross any distance?" Mary nodded, remembering now those whispered stories of marigold paths and glowing altars, of a night when the living and the dead could share the same space with nothing but joy between them. She said that on Dia de los Muertos, We remember that love is stronger than anything, even death, that the people who love us never really leave. Wise woman, the mysterious lady said, and she was right. Look around you, Mary. Everyone who has ever loved you is here tonight, and they were. As Mary turned slowly in the candlelit pavilion, she began to see faces in the flickering shadows, translucent and shimmering but unmistakably real. Her parents stood together near the altar, their faces filled with the pride and love they had never known how to show her in life. Senora Martinez sat on a bench, wreathed in marigolds, beaming at her former student. Other faces she barely remembered but somehow knew. A kind cook from her early childhood who had always saved her extra sweets. A gardener who had taught her the names of flowers. A nursemaid who had sung to her during thunderstorms. But perhaps most wonderful of all, there in the circle of love, stood Martha and Ben Weatherstaff and Mrs. Medlock, still very much alive, but somehow present in this space where love transcended the boundaries of physical existence. They waved at her, their faces shining with affection, and Mary understood that this garden existed in a place where love was the only currency that mattered, where anyone who had ever cared for her could find their way. "How long can I stay?" Mary asked the mysterious woman, though part of her already knew the answer. "As long as you need," came the gentle reply. "Time moves differently here. You could stay for hours and find that only minutes have passed in your world, or you could stay for what feels like minutes and discover you've been here all night. The garden gives you what you need." Mary nodded and began to wander through the pavilion, stopping to examine each photograph, each offering, each token of love. She found baby shoes that had been saved for her but never given, toy animals that had been chosen with her in mind but never presented, birthday cakes baked in celebration of her life, even when she wasn't there to see them. Each discovery added to her understanding. She had been loved, deeply and constantly, even when that love had been expressed in ways she couldn't recognize. At one corner of the altar, she discovered something that made her gasp aloud. There, in a simple wooden frame, was a drawing she had made as a very small child, stick figures under a bright yellow sun, labeled in shaky letters, "Mama, Papa, and me in the garden." She had no memory of creating it, but here it was, preserved and cherished as if it were the most precious artwork in the world. "You drew that the morning before they sent you to school in England," her mother's voice said, soft as flower petals on the wind. Mary turned to see the translucent figure of her mother standing nearby, her face radiant with love. "You brought it to me at breakfast, so proud of your work. I kept it all these years, carried it with me everywhere. It was in my jewelry box when I had to leave you." "Mama," Mary whispered, the word feeling both foreign and perfectly natural on her lips. Her mother smiled, the expression transforming her face into something luminous and beautiful. "My darling girl, look how you've grown, look how strong and lovely you've become. We may not have known how to show you then, but we have been so proud of you, every day of your life." Her father appeared beside her mother, his face glowing with the same love. "The secret garden you found," Mary, that was our greatest gift to you, even though we didn't plan it that way. We wanted you to know the joy of growing things, of bringing life and beauty into the world. When I planted it originally, every seed I sowed was a prayer for your happiness. Mary felt as if her heart might burst from the fullness of it all. She moved toward her parents, not sure if she would be able to touch them, but they met her halfway, and somehow their arms were solid and warm around her. For the first time in her life, she was held by both her parents at once, surrounded by love so pure and strong that it seemed to fill every empty space she had carried inside herself. "I understand now," she murmured against her mother's shoulder. "I understand why you were afraid. I understand that you loved me even when you couldn't show it." "And we understand now too," her father said, his voice thick with tears that sparkled like starlight. "We understand that love was meant to be shared, not hidden away. We understand that we let our fears rob us of the joy of knowing you, of watching you grow, of being part of your beautiful life." They held each other in the candlelight, surrounded by marigolds and love and the gentle presence of all the others who had cared for Mary throughout her life. It felt like the healing of something that had been broken for 16 years, the mending of a wound she had carried so long she had forgotten what it felt like to be whole. After what might have been hours or moments, Mary's parents began to fade, their arms becoming lighter around her until she was holding nothing but warm air scented with marigolds. But their love remained, settled into her bones now, part of her in a way it had never been before. It wasn't just a memory, it was a physical sensation, a new kind of warmth that coursed through her veins and settled deep within her chest. It was the feeling of being home, not in a place, but in herself. The fleeting touch of their hands had imprinted a permanent, unshakable peace upon her. "Will I see you again?" she asked, as their figures became more translucent, their outlines blurring into the shimmering light of the garden. "Every time you tend a garden, every time you nurture something into bloom, every time you love someone despite your fears, we'll be there," her mother promised. Her voice, though fading, was as clear as a bell, ringing with a love that transcended the boundaries of time and space. Mary realized her mother wasn't just talking about tending flowers, she was talking about nurturing relationships, about cultivating kindness, and about allowing her own heart to bloom with compassion. "Every time you remember that love is stronger than anything else in this world or any other, we'll be right beside you," her father added, his words a steady anchor in the swirling mists of her parents' departure. He was reminding her that love wasn't just an emotion, but a force, a power that could conquer loneliness, heal old wounds, and build bridges between worlds. It was the fundamental truth of the universe, and she was now a part of it. And then they were gone, but not really gone. Mary could feel their presence like sunlight in her heart, warm and constant and unshakable. It was as if they had poured a part of their very essence into her, leaving her with a legacy of unconditional love. It was no longer something she had to seek out. It was something she now carried within her, a wellspring of strength she could draw upon whenever she felt afraid or alone. She turned to find the mysterious woman still standing nearby, watching with eyes full of tenderness. "Who are you?" Mary asked, her voice filled with wonder. "How do you know about all of this?" The woman smiled, a gesture that held the wisdom of ages. "I'm everyone who has ever helped love find its way home. I'm the part of the universe that believes no one should go unloved, that every heart deserves to know its own worth. Tonight, I had the privilege of being here when you finally understood how precious you have always been." Her words were not just an explanation, they were a profound affirmation. They told Mary that she wasn't just a forgotten child from a distant land, but a vital part of a grand, interconnected tapestry of existence. Every single act of love, no matter how small, was a thread in this cosmic fabric, and Mary's journey had just added a vibrant new color. Mary looked around the pavilion one more time, memorizing every detail. The way the candles cast dancing shadows on the marigold petals, the gentle sound of water flowing in the fountain nearby, the feeling of being surrounded by love from every corner of her life. She took a deep breath, inhaling the sweet, earthy fragrance of the flowers, and felt a profound sense of gratitude. She knew she would carry this night with her forever, this moment of understanding that she was and had always been deeply cherished. The garden wasn't just a place of magic, it was a mirror, reflecting the truth that had always been inside her. "Thank you," she said to the woman, to the garden, to the universe that had brought her here. Her gratitude was a wave, washing over her and making her feel more alive than ever before. "Thank yourself," the woman replied. "You were brave enough to walk through an unknown door. You were open enough to receive love when it finally found a way to reach you. That took tremendous courage. Mary Lennox." The woman's words resonated deeply, making Mary realize that this wasn't just a passive gift bestowed upon her. It was a reward for her own journey, her own willingness to be vulnerable and to believe in the possibility of something more. As if responding to some unheard signal, the candles around the pavilion began to dim slightly, and Mary understood that her time in this magical place was drawing to a close. But she felt no sadness at the thought of leaving. She was carrying everything she needed with her, the knowledge of love that would sustain her for the rest of her life. The lessons of the garden were not meant to be contained within its walls. They were meant to be carried out into the world. She walked slowly back along the marigold path, the flowers still parting gently before her feet. The mysterious woman walked beside her, companionable in the growing twilight. The little boats continued their gentle journey across the pond, their precious cargo of memories and love shining brightly. Mary felt a sense of purpose building within her, a new understanding of her role in the world. She wasn't just a girl who had found a garden. She was a keeper of its magic, a bearer of its truth. As they approached the door that would lead her back to Misselthwaite Manor, Mary turned for one last look at the garden. It was more beautiful than ever, the marigolds glowing like captured stars, the paper lanterns casting their jeweled light across paths that seemed to extend into infinity. It was a place of endless possibility, a symbol of the love that would now guide her every step. "Will the gardens still be here tomorrow?" she asked, a small whisper of a question. "The garden will be wherever love is remembered," the woman said, "and now that you know how to find it, you'll never truly be without it again." The woman's words were a final, beautiful reassurance. Mary nodded, understanding. She stepped through the doorway back into the familiar stone corridor of the manor, feeling the temperature change from warm to cool, the solid floor beneath her feet once again. When she turned back to look through the door, she saw only a linen closet filled with sheets and towels, perfectly ordinary and unremarkable. But the scent of marigolds lingered in the air, a sweet and gentle reminder, and in her heart the warmth of her parents' love continued to glow like a candle that would never be extinguished. It was a fire that would light her way home, no matter where she was. She made her way quietly back to her room, her bare feet silent on the stone floors. The manor felt different now, not empty or cold, but full of gentle presences, full of love that had always been there, waiting for her to recognize it. Every portrait on the walls seemed to smile at her. Every shadow held comfort rather than loneliness. In her room, Mary went to her window and looked out over the grounds of Misselthwaite Manor. The secret garden was there in the distance, sleeping under starlight, and she sent it a silent message of gratitude for all it had taught her about the power of love to transform even the most barren places into something beautiful. As she climbed into bed, Mary felt a peace she had never known before settling over her like the softest blanket. She was loved, had always been loved, and that knowledge changed everything. Tomorrow she would tend her garden with new understanding, would love the people in her life more openly, would remember that every act of nurturing was a way of honoring the love her parents had always carried for her. The last thing she saw before sleep claimed her was a single marigold petal on her windowsill, glowing softly in the moonlight like a promise that love would always find a way home. And in her dreams, Mary walked again through gardens made of light and memory, surrounded by all the love that had ever been offered to her, finally understanding that she had never been alone at all. The marigold garden lived on in her heart, a place she could visit whenever she needed, to remember that love transcends every boundary, every fear, every misunderstanding. It was her gift from the universe, her reminder that on any night when the veil grows thin, love can bridge any distance and heal any wound. In the morning, she would wake with marigold petals in her hair and love permanently settled in her heart, ready to share both gifts with a world that needed more gardens, more understanding, and more love. But for now, she slept peacefully, cradled by the knowledge that she was precious beyond measure, held by love that would never let her go. And so we leave Mary Lennox in her peaceful sleep, surrounded by the love that had always been hers to claim. May you too rest knowing that love finds a way across any distance, through any door, into any heart willing to receive it. Sweet dreams, dear listener, and may your own gardens bloom with the memory of every soul who has ever loved you. In the garden photograph, her father held the seedling with such tenderness, such hope in his expression, and there, barely visible at the edge of the frame, was a small planted area with a tiny wooden sign. Mary squinted, and her heart nearly stopped. Though the writing was blurry with age and distance, she could just make out her own name carefully painted in her father's precise script. "He planted a garden for me," she breathed. "He planted many gardens for you," the woman confirmed. "Look." As if responding to her words, more photographs materialized on the altar. Mary's father preparing a nursery, painting the walls a soft yellow and hanging paper birds from the ceiling. Her parents shopping for children's clothes, her mother holding up a tiny dress with such delight that her whole face glowed. Her father reading aloud from a gardening book to her mother's pregnant belly, his hand resting protectively over the place where Mary grew. "But why?" Mary's voice cracked. "Why didn't they show me this love? Why was I always alone?" The woman's eyes filled with compassion. "Sometimes, my dear one, people carry so much pain inside themselves that they don't know how to let love out. Your parents suffered losses you never knew about, 3 babies who came before you and couldn't stay, grief that lived in their hearts like winter. When you were born, they were so afraid of losing you too that they built walls around their hearts, thinking distance would hurt less than attachment." As she spoke, new items appeared on the altar, letters written in her mother's hand but never sent, filled with words of love and worry and dreams for her daughter's future. Her father's journal entries describing Mary's first steps, first words, the way she laughed when he made faces at her in her high chair. Photo after photo of Mary as a baby and small child, taken from a distance but filled with such longing that it was impossible to mistake the love behind the lens. "They were afraid," Mary whispered, understanding flooding through her like warm light. "They were terrified," the woman agreed. But fear never means absence of love. Sometimes it means the presence of so much love that we don't know how to hold it without breaking. Mary reached out then, finally touching one of the photographs, the one of her mother reading under the mango tree. As her fingers made contact with the glass, the most extraordinary thing happened. She could suddenly feel everything: her mother's desperate wish that her daughter would inherit her love of books, her father's prayer that Mary would find joy in growing things, their shared hope that someday she would understand that distance had been their clumsy attempt at protection, not rejection. The love washed over her in waves, all the unexpressed affection of her parents' hearts finally finding its way to her. She understood now that every flower in her father's garden had been planted with her in mind. Every book her mother read was chosen with the hope that someday she might share it with her daughter. Their love hadn't been absent, it had been there all along, waiting for a moment when Mary was old enough and strong enough to receive it. "Thank you," she whispered to the photographs, to her parents, to the universe that had brought her to this magical place where love could finally find its voice. "There's more," the woman said softly. "Look." Mary turned to see that the altar had grown, expanding beyond just her parents' memory. There were photographs now of all the people who had loved her throughout her life, even in small ways she had never noticed. Mrs. Medlock, stern-faced but standing guard over Mary's bedroom door during a fever, refusing to leave her post. Ben Weatherstaff, carefully tending the plants Mary had started in small pots, making sure they survived even when she forgot to water them. Martha, mending Mary's clothes with extra care, adding small embroidered flowers to make them prettier. Even Senora Martinez was there, the governess who had taught Mary Spanish and had whispered stories of Dia de los Muertos during their lessons. The woman smiled as Mary noticed her picture. "She told you about this, didn't she? About the day when the veil grows thin and love can cross any distance?" Mary nodded, remembering now those whispered stories of marigold paths and glowing altars, of a night when the living and the dead could share the same space with nothing but joy between them. She said that on Dia de los Muertos we remember that love is stronger than anything, even death, that the people who love us never really leave. "Wise woman," the mysterious lady said, and she was right. "Look around you, Mary. Everyone who has ever loved you is here tonight. The Secret Garden's Mary Lennox, An Autumn Sleep Story, The Amber Garden. The morning mist clung to the Yorkshire moors like a soft grey shawl, and Mary Lennox found herself waking earlier than usual in her cosy chamber at Misselthwaite Manor. Through her window she could see the gardens draped in October's gentle embrace, where amber leaves drifted lazily from ancient oak trees like golden snow. She dressed quietly in her warmest woolen dress, a soft sage green that had become her favorite, and wrapped her grandmother's cream-colored shawl around her shoulders. The manor was still sleeping, save for the gentle sounds of Martha preparing breakfast in the kitchen below. Mary had grown to love these quiet morning hours, when the world seemed to breathe more slowly and everything felt touched by magic. As she made her way through the corridors, her feet found their familiar path without conscious thought, past the portraits of stern-faced ancestors, down the stone steps that had worn smooth under centuries of footsteps, and through the side door that led to the gardens. The key to the secret garden hung on a ribbon around her neck, warm against her heart, a talisman that had become as natural to her as breathing. The October air was crisp but not cold, carrying the sweet scent of wood smoke from a distant chimney and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. Mary pulled her shawl closer and walked slowly along the ivy-covered walls, her footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of rust and gold that autumn had laid upon the path. When she reached the hidden door, nearly invisible beneath its curtain of ivy, Mary paused to listen. The garden seemed to be humming with a different energy this morning, quieter than summer's vibrant chorus, but deeper somehow, like the low notes of a distant organ played in a cathedral made of trees. She turned the key in the ancient lock, pushed open the door, and stepped into her sanctuary. The secret garden in autumn was a place transformed. Where once roses had bloomed in riotous abundance, now graceful stalks stood adorned with bright red hips that gleamed like rubies in the morning light. The climbing roses that covered the walls had turned their leaves to shades of copper and wine, creating tapestries more beautiful than any hanging in the manor's great hall. But it was the trees that took Mary's breath away. The ancient apple trees at the garden's heart had become towers of gold, their branches heavy with fruit that glowed like lanterns. Leaves drifted down in a constant, gentle rain, spinning and dancing on air currents she could barely feel. Each leaf seemed to catch the light as it fell, creating tiny flashes of amber and bronze against the soft grey sky. Mary walked slowly along the gravel paths that Dickon and Colin had helped her restore years ago. The garden had grown and changed since then, but it remained a place apart from the world, a pocket of wonder where time moved differently and magic felt as natural as breathing. As she rounded the corner near the old sundial, Mary noticed something she had never seen before. At the base of the largest apple tree, where the roots emerged from the earth like the fingers of an ancient hand, the fallen leaves had arranged themselves in perfect spirals, not scattered randomly as leaves should be, but laid out in intricate patterns that seemed to pulse gently with their own inner light. Mary knelt beside one of these leaf spirals, her fingers hovering just above the golden surface. The leaves were warm to the touch, warmer than they should have been in the cool morning air. As her fingertips brushed the topmost leaf, a perfect maple leaf the color of honey, she felt a gentle tingling sensation, like the whisper of electricity before a summer storm. The sensation spread up her arm and through her body, not unpleasant but surprising in its intensity. The garden around her seemed to shimmer for a moment, as if she were seeing it through water, and then everything settled back to normal, except that the morning light seemed warmer, more golden, and the air hummed with an almost musical quality. A soft breeze rustled the branches above her, causing a cascade of golden leaves to fall around her like confetti. Mary sat back on her heels, a sense of wonder washing over her. She had always known the garden was special, a living thing with a spirit of its own, but this felt different. It was a direct communication, a secret whispered from the very heart of the place. The spiral patterns weren't just a trick of the wind, they were intentional, a kind of message she was meant to find. She looked more closely at the intricate design. It reminded her of the patterns in seashells, of the way a fern frond uncurls, and of the twisting tendrils of ivy that clung to the walls. It was a pattern found everywhere in nature, a fundamental blueprint for growth and life. The realization filled her with a profound sense of connection, as if she were now part of the garden in a way she had never been before. She was no longer just its caretaker, but a part of its very being, connected to its ancient rhythm. Mary stood and walked to the other side of the apple tree. There, at the base of another gnarled root, was a similar spiral, slightly larger than the first, and another, all leading away from the tree like a trail of golden breadcrumbs. Her heart beat with a quiet excitement. This wasn't just a single magical moment, it was a path. She followed the trail, her eyes fixed on the glowing patterns on the ground. They led her past the rose bushes, where a few late blooming blossoms still held on, their petals a deep crimson against the dark green leaves. The spirals wound around a patch of forget-me-nots that had been surprisingly resilient, and then curved toward the old well in the center of the garden. The well, which had once been a source of fresh water, was now mostly decorative, its stone rim covered in moss and ferns. But at its base, the leaves had formed a circular pattern around the stone, a perfect golden halo. Mary knelt once more, her fingers tracing the edge of the pattern. The warmth was stronger here, a gentle heat that seemed to radiate from the very stone itself. She felt a gentle pull, a current of energy drawing her closer to the well's opening. Curiosity overcame her caution. She peered into the darkness of the well, expecting to see her reflection or a glimpse of the water far below. Instead, a soft light emanated from the depths, a diffused silvery glow that pulsed in time with the hum in the air. It wasn't a reflection of the sun, but an inner light, as if the well were a lantern filled with captured moonlight. Mary sat back, her mind reeling. The garden was truly alive, more so than she had ever imagined. The spiral patterns, the warmth, the light from the well, all of it pointed to a deeper magic, a secret life that was now revealing itself to her. It was a testament to the power of nature, to the quiet resilience of life that could flourish even after years of neglect. The garden was not just a place of healing for her and Colin, it was a source of its own healing, a place that was now regenerating itself in a new and profound way. She reached out and dipped her hand into the light emanating from the well. It was cool and refreshing, like 1,000 tiny dewdrops. The tingling sensation returned, but this time it was more profound, more encompassing. She felt a surge of energy, a sense of clarity and peace that settled deep within her bones. The world outside the garden, with its worries and its rules, seemed to recede, replaced by the simple beauty and tranquility of this hidden sanctuary. As she stood, her eyes fell upon the old sundial. Time, as the garden had always shown her, was a fluid thing here. It was not measured by the clock on the manor wall, but by the turning of the seasons, the opening of a blossom, the fall of a leaf. The sundial, with its weathered stone face, was a reminder of this timeless quality, and as the sun began to climb higher in the sky, a single ray of light broke through the clouds, landing squarely on the gnomon of the sundial. A small, intricate pattern of light appeared on the face of the dial, a design that seemed to shift and change, a fleeting dance of shadows and light. Mary watched, mesmerized, as the pattern resolved itself into a single word: breathe. It was a simple word, yet it held a universe of meaning. It was a reminder to slow down, to be present, to simply exist in the moment and connect with the world around her. It was the central lesson of the garden, a lesson she had learned over many seasons, but one that was now being reaffirmed in the most magical way imaginable. She took a deep breath, the crisp air filling her lungs, carrying the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, and as she exhaled, she felt the last remnants of her old life, the loneliness, the fear, the isolation slip away, replaced by a quiet sense of belonging. She was home. She was not just in the garden, she was a part of it, and it was a part of her. The golden light from the well seemed to radiate from her own skin. The gentle hum of the air was now a part of her own heartbeat. The magic of the secret garden was not just an external force, it was something that she carried within her, a quiet strength that would guide her long after she left the Yorkshire moors. Mary turned and began to walk back toward the door, her footsteps no longer muffled but light and sure. The golden spirals of leaves seemed to follow her, a silent trail of light in her wake. She knew that she would be back, but the garden had given her something more than just a place to escape. It had given her a sense of purpose, a connection to the world that went beyond words. She was not just Mary Lennox, the lonely orphan from India. She was the keeper of the garden, the one who had unlocked its secrets and, in doing so, had unlocked her own. And as the door swung shut behind her, she knew that the garden's magic would be with her always. Mary sat back on her heels, watching the leaf spirals with growing wonder. As she observed them, she began to notice that they were moving so slowly that she had to focus intently to perceive the motion. The spirals were turning, clockwise, like great wheels made of autumn's treasury. With each barely perceptible rotation, A few leaves would detach from the outer edge and drift away on unfelt breezes, while new leaves settled gently onto the inner curves. The sight was mesmerizing. Mary found herself breathing in rhythm with the spiral's rotation, her heartbeat slowing to match their ancient tempo. She had no idea how long she sat there, watching the leaves dance their stately dance, but gradually she became aware that she was no longer alone in the garden. A small robin had alighted on a branch just above her head, but this was not the familiar robin who had been her companion in the garden's early restoration. This bird's feathers held an unusual sheen, as if they had been brushed with the same golden light that touched the leaves. It cocked its head at Mary and trilled a few notes that seemed to harmonize with the garden's gentle humming. "Hello, little friend," Mary whispered, not wanting to disturb the garden's peaceful spell. "Are you watching the leaves too?" The robin responded with a longer song, complex and melodious, and Mary could have sworn she heard actual words woven through the notes. Not words in any language she knew, but sounds that carried meaning nonetheless, something about seasons turning, about the earth's deep wisdom, about the magic that flowed beneath the surface of all growing things. As if summoned by the robin's song, other creatures began to appear. A red squirrel emerged from behind the sundial, its tail particularly fluffy and touched with the same golden sheen as the robin's feathers. 2 grey rabbits hopped out from beneath the rose bushes, their eyes bright and knowing. Even a small hedgehog waddled into view, seemingly unperturbed by Mary's presence. All of these creatures moved with the same unhurried grace that marked the rotating leaf spirals. They took their places around the base of the apple tree, forming a loose circle that included Mary within its boundaries. None of them seemed afraid, and all of them watched the leaf patterns with the same fascination that had captured Mary's attention. The robin sang again, and this time Mary was certain she heard words. The turning, the turning. The great wheel spins, autumn's secrets, winter's dreams. Mary felt her eyelids growing heavy, not with ordinary sleepiness, but with a deep, peaceful languor that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. The golden light was growing stronger, warmer, and the humming of the garden had resolved into something almost like a lullaby, wordless but infinitely comforting. She lay back on the soft carpet of leaves, using her shawl as a pillow. Above her, the apple tree's branches formed a canopy of gold and green, through which the sky showed in patches of pearl and rose. Leaves continued to fall around her, but instead of landing randomly, they settled over her like a living quilt, each one placing itself with deliberate care. The warmth from the leaves seeped into Mary's body, and she felt herself sinking into a state that was neither sleep nor waking, but something else entirely, a deep communion with the garden's ancient spirit. In this peaceful twilight state, she began to hear the stories the leaves were telling. Each leaf, she realized, carried within it the memory of its tree's entire life. As they settled around her, their stories wove together into a vast tapestry of seasons and years. She heard about springs when snow melted into eager streams, about summers when the garden blazed with roses and rang with bees' contented humming. She learned of autumns past, when leaves had fallen just as they were falling now, creating the same spirals, calling the same creatures, offering the same deep rest to any who would accept it. The stories went back further than Mary had imagined possible. She heard echoes of the garden's earliest days, when it was first planted by long-dead hands with love and hope. She felt the patient endurance of the years when the garden was locked away and forgotten, when it kept its magic alive through pure will and the memory of better days. And she experienced the joy of its awakening when she had first turned the key and let light flood back into its hidden corners. But the leaves' stories reached even further back, into times before the garden, before the manor, before memory itself. They spoke of the ancient magic that flowed through this particular patch of earth, magic that had drawn people to plant and tend and love in this place for longer than recorded history. The garden, Mary understood in her dreaming state, was not just a collection of plants surrounded by walls. It was a focal point for something much larger and older, a place where the veil between worlds grew thin and wonder could flourish. As she listened to these deep stories, Mary felt her own roots extending downward, not literally but in some spiritual sense. She was connecting with the same earth that nourished the trees, the same magical current that made the leaves spiral and glow. For the first time in her life, she truly understood what it meant to belong somewhere completely. Time passed, though Mary had no awareness of its passage. The sun climbed higher in the sky, warming the air and brightening the golden light that suffused the garden. The leaf spirals continued their slow rotation. The woodland creatures maintained their patient vigil, and Mary rested in perfect peace beneath her living blanket. When she finally began to stir, it was not because she felt rested, though she did, but because the garden itself was gently calling her back to ordinary consciousness. The humming had shifted to a different tone, still musical but more alert, as if the garden were preparing for some new phase of its mysterious cycle. Mary opened her eyes and found herself looking up through the apple tree's branches at a sky that had deepened from pearl to the softest blue. The sun had moved significantly, and she realized she must have been lying there for hours. But instead of feeling stiff or uncomfortable, she felt more relaxed and refreshed than she ever had in her life. The leaves that had covered her began to stir, lifting away from her body one by one and rejoining the spirals around the tree's base. The woodland creatures were still present, but they seemed more alert now, as if they too were preparing for some change. The robin fluttered down to perch on Mary's shoulder, its weight barely perceptible, and sang a brief phrase that she understood as both greeting and farewell. Mary sat up slowly, brushing the last few leaves from her dress and shawl. The leaf spirals were glowing more brightly now, their golden light pulsing gently like a slow heartbeat. As she watched, fascinated, the spirals began to turn faster, still slowly by normal standards, but noticeably quicker than their earlier pace. With each rotation, more leaves detached from the outer edges and rose into the air, but instead of scattering randomly, they began to form new patterns, great spirals in the air above the garden, turning and dancing in 3 dimensions. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful, like a ballet performed by autumn itself. The aerial spirals grew larger and more complex, involving not just the apple tree's golden leaves, but contributions from every tree and bush in the garden. Copper beech leaves joined the dance, along with the crimson foliage of the climbing roses, the bright yellow of the birch trees, and the deep purple of the ornamental plum. Soon the entire garden was filled with slowly spinning galaxies of leaves, each one catching and reflecting the golden light until the air itself seemed to sparkle. Mary stood up, turning slowly to take in the full spectacle. The woodland creatures had also risen and were moving now, not fleeing but participating in some way she couldn't quite understand. The squirrel ran up the trunk of the apple tree and began chattering excitedly, while the rabbits hopped in small circles that seemed to echo the patterns above. Even the hedgehog was moving, trundling purposefully around the base of the tree in the same clockwise direction as the leaf spirals. The robin on Mary's shoulder sang again, and this time she heard the words clearly. The harvest, the harvest, the garden gives its gift. The wheel turns, the wheel turns, as if summoned by the robin's song, a new figure appeared in the garden. Mary felt no alarm, for the presence radiated the same gentle warmth as everything else in this magical space. It was a woman, tall and graceful, with silver-streaked hair that seemed to move in the same unfelt breeze that carried the leaves. She wore a dress the color of autumn, twilight deep purple shading to bronze, and her eyes held the same golden light that touched everything else in the garden. The woman smiled at Mary, an expression of such kindness and understanding that Mary felt tears of joy prick her eyes. Without speaking, the woman extended her hand, and Mary found herself walking forward to take it. The woman's touch was warm and solid, yet somehow ethereal, like sunlight given form. Together, they walked to the center of the leaf spirals, where the woman gestured upward at the dancing patterns above their heads. "Do you see?" she asked, her voice musical and soft as wind chimes. "Do you understand what the garden is showing you?" Mary looked up at the spirals of leaves, and suddenly she did understand. The patterns were not random or merely beautiful, they were a map, a diagram of the garden's deep magic made visible. Each spiral represented a different aspect of the garden's power: growth and rest, memory and hope, the connection between all living things, the eternal cycle of seasons and years. "It's showing me how everything is connected," Mary whispered, still gazing upward in wonder. "How the magic flows through all of it." "Yes," the woman agreed, "and more than that, it's showing you your place in the pattern. You, Mary Lennox, who brought life back to this garden, are part of its magic now. Your love and care have woven you into its very essence." As she spoke, one of the great spirals above them began to descend, settling gently around Mary and the mysterious woman. The leaves brushed against Mary's skin like gentle fingers, and each touch brought a flash of understanding. She saw herself as the garden saw her, not as a separate person who happened to tend it, but as an integral part of its living system, as necessary to its health as rain and sunlight. "Who are you?" Mary asked, though part of her already knew the answer. The woman smiled again. I am the garden's memory, its accumulated wisdom, its love made manifest. I am every person who has ever tended this place with care, every gardener who has planted with hope, every dreamer who has found peace within these walls. And now, Mary, I am you as well. The spiral of leaves settled around them more closely, and Mary felt herself becoming part of the pattern in a literal sense. But instead of losing herself, she felt more fully herself than ever before. She was Mary Lennox, but she was also something larger, a guardian of the garden's magic, a keeper of its secrets, a bridge between the ordinary world and the realm of wonder that flourished here. The woman began to fade, her form becoming translucent and then transparent, until she was visible only as a warm shimmer in the air. But her voice remained, speaking words that Mary felt as much as heard. Remember this day, dear child. Remember that magic is real, that love creates miracles, that the earth itself dreams, and those dreams can heal any heart. When winter comes and the garden sleeps, carry its warmth within you. When spring returns, you will help it wake. And then she was gone, leaving only the faint scent of roses and apple blossoms on the air. The spirals of leaves began to settle back to earth, their dance complete. The woodland creatures touched Mary gently with paw or wing before disappearing back to their hidden homes. The robin sang one final phrase, "Remember, remember, the wheel turns, but the center holds," before flying away toward the manor. Mary stood alone in the garden as the golden light gradually faded back to ordinary October sunshine. The leaf spirals were still there at the base of the apple tree, but they had resumed their slow, almost imperceptible rotation. The magic hadn't disappeared, it had simply settled back into the deeper layers of the garden's existence, where it would wait patiently for the next person who needed its healing touch. She walked slowly back toward the hidden door, pausing frequently to touch a tree trunk or smell the last roses of the season. Everything looked the same as it had that morning, yet somehow she saw it all differently now. The garden was no longer just her secret retreat, it was a living entity that had chosen to share its deepest mysteries with her, making her part of something far greater than herself. As she locked the door behind her and made her way back toward the manor, Mary felt the key warm against her heart. It was more than a key now, it was a symbol of her connection to the garden's ancient magic, a reminder that she would always carry a piece of that golden autumn within her soul. The manor was stirring to life as afternoon approached. She could hear Martha singing in the kitchen, Colin's laughter echoing from the library where he was reading with his tutor, and Mrs. Medlock's brisk footsteps in the corridor above. These familiar sounds felt precious to her now, threads in the same great tapestry that included the garden's magic and her own transformed understanding. That evening, as Mary sat by her bedroom window watching the sunset paint the moors in shades of rose and gold, she thought about the woman in the garden and her parting words. The wheel turns, but the center holds. Change was constant, seasons would cycle, people would come and go, even the garden itself would grow and evolve. but at the heart of everything was something unchanging and eternal: love, wonder, the magic that connected all living things. She pulled her grandmother's shawl around her shoulders and settled into her chair with a book of poetry. But instead of reading, she found herself gazing out at the darkening sky, where the first stars were beginning to appear. Each one seemed to twinkle with the same golden light she had seen in the garden, and she realized that the magic wasn't confined to that hidden space behind the ivy-covered wall. It was everywhere, woven into the fabric of the world itself, waiting for those who had eyes to see and hearts open enough to believe. As sleep began to claim her, Mary felt the garden's peace settling over her like a warm blanket. In her dreams, she danced with spirals of golden leaves beneath autumn stars, and the earth sang lullabies that spoke of eternal love and the promise that spring always, always returns. The wheel turns, but the center holds, and at the center, now and forever, was the magic of the secret garden and the little girl who had helped it bloom again, who had learned that the greatest magic of all is the love we nurture in the hidden gardens of our hearts. In the depths of the manor, clocks chimed the midnight hour, but in the secret garden, where time moved to deeper rhythms, autumn's golden magic settled into its winter sleep, carrying with it the promise of spring's eventual return and the eternal cycle of growth, rest, and renewal that makes all gardens, secret or otherwise, into places of wonder and hope. And Mary Lennox, guardian of the garden's secrets, keeper of its magic, slept peacefully through the night, her dreams filled with spiraling leaves of gold and the gentle music of a world where love had transformed everything it touched into something beautiful and eternal. Title: Dracula's Elara, a Halloween Sleep Story, The Autumn Librarian. The first thing Elara noticed about Castle Ravencroft's library was not the towering shelves that seemed to stretch endlessly toward the vaulted ceiling, nor the ancient leather-bound volumes that lined them like sleeping sentinels. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the way the candlelight danced across the pages of an open book on the central reading table, as if the flames themselves were reading the words. This initial observation wasn't just a fleeting detail. It was a profound introduction to the unique essence of the castle. The flickering light seemed to have a life of its own, hinting at a sentience within the library that transcended its physical form. This wasn't a mere trick of the light. It was an active, almost sentient quality that immediately set the tone for Elara's new position. The library, it seemed, was a living entity, its quiet hum a prelude to the extraordinary secrets it held. For Elara, who had always viewed books as silent, patient friends, this dynamic display of light and shadow was both mesmerizing and a little unsettling, a subtle hint that her new role would be far from ordinary. It was a silent invitation to a world where the boundary between the mundane and the magical was paper thin, a world she had only ever dreamed of inhabiting. She had arrived at the castle that very afternoon, responding to a peculiar advertisement in the village newspaper. Librarians sought for private collection, must appreciate the beauty of old books and quiet nights. Autumn position. Inquire at Castle Ravencroft. The salary mentioned was generous enough to make her overlook the oddity of the timing, who hired a librarian specifically for autumn, and the location, which every villager had described with a mixture of reverence and gentle unease. Elara had always been drawn to the tranquility of libraries, the smell of aging paper and leather, a comforting scent. The advertisement's emphasis on quiet nights and old books had spoken to her soul, promising a haven of peace and scholarly pursuit. The timing, however, was a curious detail that had gnawed at her. Why only for autumn? It was a question she hadn't dared to voice, instead choosing to believe it was simply a matter of the Count's personal preference. The village's reactions had been even more telling. The people spoke of the Count and his castle with a strange blend of respect for his wealth and status, and a palpable sense of apprehension. Their vague warnings about things being different fueled Elara's curiosity rather than her fear. She had always found comfort in the unusual, drawn to the stories and secrets that lay just beneath the surface of everyday life. This was an opportunity not just for a job, but for an adventure. The Count Island, particular, the innkeeper had said, polishing a glass with unnecessary vigor, but fair, always fair. Just don't be surprised if things seem a bit different up there. The innkeeper's words were a carefully veiled warning, a mix of local gossip and genuine concern. His nervous energy, the way he scrubbed the glass as if to erase his own words, spoke volumes. Elara had understood his message implicitly. Castle Ravencroft was not like other places. The fair part of his description was a reassurance that the Count was not malicious, merely eccentric, but the different part left a wide and tantalizing space for her imagination to fill. Was it a matter of ghosts, of odd schedules, or was it something far more otherworldly? The village, nestled at the foot of the hill leading to the castle, seemed to exist in a perpetual state of watchful quiet, its inhabitants bound by a shared knowledge they were reluctant to articulate. Elara, however, was not one to be easily deterred. She had a deep-seated belief that the most interesting stories were often the ones people were afraid to tell. This job wasn't just about managing a collection of books, it was about uncovering the story of the castle itself. Now, as Elara stood in the doorway of the most magnificent library she had ever seen, she began to understand what he meant. The room felt alive in a way that had nothing to do with the occasional flutter of curtains or the soft whisper of pages turning somewhere in the shadows. This wasn't the dusty, stagnant air of a forgotten collection. It was a tangible presence, a thrumming energy that made the very air feel thick with narrative. It was as if the stories within the books had seeped out and were now part of the atmosphere itself, waiting to be discovered. The library was a repository of knowledge, yes, but it was also a place of potent, almost magical energy. The scent of old paper and leather was overlaid with something else, the faint, clean smell of a storm, and the sweet, earthy aroma of autumn leaves. It was a place of sensory overload, but in the most beautiful way imaginable. Every glance revealed a new detail, a misplaced volume, a flickering light, the way the air seemed to shimmer around certain shelves. The room wasn't just a container for stories, it was the stories themselves, breathing and existing in a space all their own. "You must be Miss Alara." The voice was soft, cultured, with the faintest accent she couldn't place. It cut through the gentle hum of the library, yet somehow felt a part of it. She turned to see a tall, elegant man emerging from between the shelves, his movements silent and fluid, as if he too was a part of the castle's living history. His dark hair was silver at the temples, his clothes impeccably tailored despite their obvious age. His fashion, while elegant, seemed to belong to another era, a detail that deepened the mystery surrounding him. But it was his eyes that caught her attention, ancient, kind, and filled with a sadness so deep it seemed to have settled there like dust on forgotten books. His gaze was not piercing or intimidating, but rather gentle and weary, holding the weight of countless years and unspoken memories. It was the look of a man who had seen too much beauty and too much loss. His presence was not intimidating, but rather magnetic, drawing her in with a sense of profound empathy. He was not just the owner of the library, he was a part of its narrative, a living piece of its history. "Count Ravencroft?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. Her intuition and the village gossip had been correct. He inclined his head gracefully, a gesture of old-world politeness that felt both formal and entirely genuine. "Welcome to my home, Miss Alara. I trust your journey from the village was pleasant." His voice was a calm counterpoint to the vibrant energy of the library, a grounding force in the midst of its magic, very much so. "The autumn colors are breathtaking." She gestured toward the tall windows, where the last light of day filtered through glass that seemed to turn the dying sunlight to liquid amber. The view was a masterpiece of nature, a fiery tapestry of reds, oranges, and golds, a stark and beautiful contrast to the quiet grandeur of the library. And this library, it's extraordinary. Her voice was filled with a genuine awe she couldn't contain. This was not a perfunctory compliment, it was a heartfelt declaration. The library was a sanctuary, and she felt an immediate, deep connection to it. A smile touched the corners of his mouth, transforming his austere features. "It has been my life's work, or perhaps I should say, my life's companion. These books have been with me through many seasons, many years, more years than you might imagine." His words were delivered with a gentle sincerity that transcended simple conversation. The weight of his statement hung in the air, a profound truth veiled in casual language. He wasn't just talking about a long life, he was hinting at an existence that defied the normal passage of time. His reference to many seasons, many years, was not a boast, but a simple statement of fact, a window into a life of immense longevity and quiet observation. Ilara's heart thrummed with a mix of curiosity and a deep sense of understanding. She felt as though she were standing at the edge of a vast, deep lake of history, and the Count was the guardian of its secrets. His sadness was not a sign of despair, but rather the quiet melancholy of a man who has outlived all that he has loved. "I've brought you something," the Count continued, lifting a delicate china cup from a nearby table. The cup was filled with tea that steamed gently, carrying with it the sense of cinnamon, cardamom, and something else, something that reminded her of autumn leaves and moonlight. The aroma was rich and complex, a sensory tapestry that perfectly captured the feeling of the season. A blend of my own creation, it helps with the adjustment to evening hours. The tea wasn't just a gesture of hospitality, it was an act of preparation. The choice of spices, cinnamon and cardamom were warm and comforting, but the mysterious third scent hinted at something more. It was the smell of magic, of ancient woods and forgotten lore. The cup itself felt perfect in her hands, a comforting weight that seemed to have been waiting for her all along. The whole scene was a testament to the Count's thoughtful, deliberate nature, a man who saw and understood things that others missed. Evening hours? Elara accepted the cup, noting how perfectly warm it was, as if it had been waiting for her. The question was a simple one, but it opened the door to the heart of the library's secret. The library keeps unusual hours, he explained, settling into a chair beside the reading table with the ease of someone who had occupied that same spot for centuries. The books, you see, are most active at night. During the day, they rest, content to be ordinary volumes of paper and ink, but as the sun sets, he gestured around them, and Elara gasped softly. The library was transforming. This wasn't a subtle change, it was a magnificent and breathtaking spectacle, where moments before it had been impressive but static, now it hummed with a gentle, resonant energy. Books on the shelves pulsed with soft light, their titles shifting and changing like living things, revealing secrets to those who knew how to look. A volume on astronomy opened itself, its pages fluttering as constellations rose from the paper to dance in the air above it, a silent ballet of starlight. Somewhere in the poetry section, she could hear the faint sound of verses being whispered by invisible lips, the echoes of 1,000 long-lost voices. Halloween approaches, the Count said, as if this explained everything. It was the key to the mystery, the reason for the autumn position, the source of the village's unease. The boundary between what is and what might be grows thin. Here, in this place where so many stories have been read and loved and dreamed over, that boundary becomes permeable. The words were simple, yet they contained a profound truth. The library was a nexus, a place where the collective belief in stories had worn a hole in the fabric of reality. The magic wasn't an inherent property of the books themselves, but a reflection of the dreams and thoughts that had been poured into them by countless readers over countless years. The Count was not a wizard, but a custodian of a place where belief and reality intertwined. The library was a living, breathing testament to the power of human imagination. Elara sipped her tea, feeling a warmth spread through her chest that had nothing to do with the temperature of the liquid. Rather than fear, she felt a deep sense of wonder. "It's beautiful," she whispered, her voice a hushed reverence. The glowing books, the dancing constellations, the whispered poetry, it was all so much more than she could have ever imagined. It was a tangible, beautiful manifestation of the magic she had always known existed in the world. "You're not afraid?" The question carried fragile hope, one he had asked many times, usually met with fear. She paused, watching a children's book open by the window, a paper dragon yawning before settling back into its page. The creature was small, harmless, pure wonder. "Should I be?" she asked, curious, not defiant. Fear felt absurd in the presence of such beauty. Most people are. They see danger in the unusual. His voice held the faintest trace of hope. But you see wonder. My grandmother always said the world was full of magic for those who knew how to look. I suppose I've been looking all my life. Her words carried the truth. She had grown up with stories hidden in leaves, starlight, the ordinary made extraordinary. The Count studied her in the candlelight. She sounds wise. She was. She said libraries were the most magical places, holding every dream ever dreamed. Elara set down her teacup, touching a midnight blue book that pulsed faintly with light. She would have loved this place. His final question was quiet, reverent. What was her name? Helena Morrison. She was a librarian too, in the city, before she retired to our little village. Elara traced the spine of the blue book with one finger, feeling a pleasant tingling sensation. She died last winter. It's part of why I wanted this position. I needed to be somewhere that felt like her, like the magic she always saw in books. Helena Morrison, the Count repeated slowly, and something in his voice made Elara turn. He was staring at her with an expression of amazement. She was small, with silver hair that caught the light, and eyes the same shade of green as yours. Elara felt her heart skip. Yes. How could you possibly know that? The Count rose from his chair, moving to a different section of the library. She came here once, many years ago. She was researching local folklore for a paper she was writing. Spent 3 nights in this very library, reading by candlelight and asking the most delightful questions. He pulled a book from the shelf, a journal bound in worn leather. I kept her notes. She had a theory about the connection between stories and magic, about how belief could make the impossible real. He handed her the journal, and Elara opened it to see her grandmother's familiar handwriting. The villagers speak of Castle Ravencroft with a mixture of fear and affection, as if describing a beloved but unpredictable relative. They tell stories of books that read themselves, of a library that comes alive on autumn nights, of a Count who has lived longer than memory. But beneath their words, I sense not darkness, but loneliness. Magic, I suspect, can be a beautiful but isolating gift. Tears pricked at Elara's eyes. She never told me she'd been here. She promised to return, the Count said gently. We had such wonderful conversations about the nature of stories, about the way they shape reality even as reality shapes them. I waited for her every autumn, but she got older, and the journey became too difficult. Elara finished. She spent her last years mostly in the village, helping at the local library, reading to children. She sounds as though she lived a full and beautiful life. She did. Elara closed the journal carefully. But I think she would have loved to see this place one more time. especially during Halloween season. The Count was quiet for several moments, his ancient eyes thoughtful. "Perhaps," he said finally, "she is seeing it, in a way." Before Alara could ask what he meant, a book fell open on the reading table with a soft thud. Both of them turned to look, and Alara gasped. The book was displaying a photograph that seemed to move and shift like a living memory. Her grandmother as a young woman, sitting in this very library, laughing at something unseen. "The books remember everyone who has loved them," the Count explained softly. "They hold not just words, but moments, feelings, the essence of those who have found joy in their pages." Alara approached the book slowly, watching as the image shifted to show her grandmother at different ages, always surrounded by books, always with that expression of wonder and delight that Alara remembered so well. "It's like she's still here, in the ways that matter most," she islanded. The rest of the evening passed like a dream. The Count showed her through the library, explaining the peculiarities of different sections. The history books, he told her, sometimes rewrote themselves to include events that hadn't quite happened yet, possibilities fluttering on the edge of becoming real. The poetry section was particularly active during autumn, with verses composing themselves in the air before settling onto pages like falling leaves. "And here," he said, leading her to a cozy nook lined with children's books, "is perhaps the most magical section of all." As they approached, the books began to glow more brightly, and Alara heard something that made her heart sing. The sound of her grandmother's voice, reading aloud. She couldn't see the source, but the words were unmistakable, the cadence as familiar as her own heartbeat. "She read here often during her visit," the Count explained. "The children's books loved her voice. They've been repeating her stories ever since, waiting for someone who would appreciate them as she did." Alara sank into a comfortable chair, listening to the ghostly echo of her grandmother reading The Velveteen Rabbit. Around them, the other books seemed to settle contentedly, as if they too were enjoying the familiar voice. "This is why you needed a librarian for autumn," Alara said suddenly, understanding flooding through her. "The books become active, and you need someone to tend them, but not just anyone, someone who understands their magic." "Someone like your grandmother," the Count confirmed. "Someone who sees wonder instead of strangeness, beauty instead of fear. Someone who believes." "Exactly." They sat in comfortable silence, listening to the gentle sounds of the enchanted library, pages turning themselves, ink reshaping into new words, the soft whisper of stories being born. Alara felt a peace she hadn't experienced since her grandmother's death, as if some part of her that had been holding its breath could finally relax. "Count Ravencroft," she said eventually, "may I ask you something personal?" "Of course. How long have you been here? The villagers speak of you as if you've always existed, and you mentioned more years than I might imagine." He was quiet for so long that she wondered if he was going to answer at all. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft, almost hesitant. "I came to this castle in 1891. I was different then, darker, The magic that touched me was not the gentle kind you see here tonight. Elara waited, sensing that there was more to the story. I was cursed, you might say, doomed to an existence that was neither life nor death, sustained by things I prefer not to remember. I was alone, angry, afraid of my own nature. This library was just a room full of books then, beautiful perhaps, but ordinary. He stood and walked to the window, looking out at the star-filled sky. But books, Miss Elara, have a power all their own. The more I read, the more I began to understand that stories shape us as much as we shape them. I read tales of redemption, of love conquering darkness, of monsters becoming something more than their nature demanded, and slowly, very slowly, I began to change. The books changed you, the stories changed me. Every tale of hope I read planted a seed. Every happy ending made the darkness in me a little lighter. And then one Halloween night about 50 years ago, something miraculous happened. He turned back to face her, and his smile was radiant. The books began to respond to the change in me. They came alive, just as you see them now. They had been waiting, I think, for their keeper to become worthy of their magic. That's beautiful, Elara whispered. It is now, but I am still not entirely human, Miss Elara. I exist in the spaces between day and night, between story and reality. I thought you should know this before you decide whether to stay. Elara stood and walked to him, reaching out to take his hand. It was cool but solid, real and present. Count Ravencroft, may I call you by your first name? Adrian, he said softly. Adrian, my grandmother always told me that who someone chooses to be is more important than what they were born as. You've chosen to be a guardian of stories, a keeper of wonder. You've created something magical and beautiful. That's who you are. His eyes filled with something that might have been tears, if creatures like him could cry. Your grandmother raised you well. She did. Elara squeezed his hand gently. And I would be honored to help you care for this library. The rest of that first night passed in a blur of wonder. Adrian showed her the cataloging system books, organized not just by subject or author, but by the emotions they evoked, the dreams they inspired. He explained how to feed the more energetic volumes. Poetry books, he told her with a smile, subsisted entirely on applause, while adventure novels preferred the occasional gasp of excitement. As dawn approached, the books began to settle back into ordinary silence, their magic ebbing with the growing light. But even in their dormant state, Elara could feel their potential humming just beneath the surface, waiting for another night to bloom into wonder. You should rest, Adrian said as the first rays of sunlight crept through the windows. The cottage at the edge of the grounds has been prepared for you. Tonight, if you're willing, your real work begins. Elara made her way to the cottage as the castle settled into its daytime quietude. The cottage was small but perfect, with a bedroom that looked out over the autumn gardens and a sitting room lined with books, ordinary books that stayed obediently on their shelves, though she fancied she could see them waiting patiently for evening. She slept deeply and dreamlessly, and when she woke, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that seemed to call to something deep in her soul. Halloween was only days away, and she could feel the anticipation in the air like electricity before a storm. The library welcomed her back with what could only be described as joy. Books glowed brighter as she passed, and she could have sworn she heard them sighing with contentment. Adrian was there waiting for her, looking more solid and present than he had in the daylight hours. "Ready for your first real evening as librarian?" he asked. "More than ready." And so began the most magical weeks of Elara's life. Each night she tended the library with Adrian, learning the subtle art of caring for enchanted books. She discovered that the mystery novels occasionally solved themselves if left alone too long, requiring her to gently reset their plots. The cookbooks needed to be prevented from actually producing the foods they described, lest the library become overrun with phantom feasts. And the romance novels had an unfortunate tendency to generate swooning spells in anyone who read them too closely. But it was the children's section that she loved most. There, surrounded by books that remembered her grandmother's voice, she found a peace that had been missing from her life since Helena's death. She began reading aloud herself, and the books responded with evident delight, their pages glowing more brightly with each story she shared. "They love you," Adrian observed one evening, watching as a picture book opened itself hopefully on her lap. "I love them too," Elara replied, beginning to read about a little mouse who dreamed of flying. Around them, other books rustled their pages in approval. As Halloween drew closer, the magic in the library intensified. Books began writing themselves, creating new stories that reflected the dreams and hopes of everyone who had ever read within these walls. Elara found poems dedicated to her grandmother appearing on previously blank pages, stories that seemed to know her deepest wishes and fears. "It's the season," Adrian explained when she showed him a particularly poignant tale about a young woman who found family among the books she tended. "Halloween is when the boundary between the real and the imagined becomes thinnest. The books are responding to your presence, to your love for them and for this place. They're trying to give you the stories you need." "The stories I need?" "We all have stories we need to hear, Elara. Stories that heal old wounds, that show us we're not alone, that help us understand our place in the world." He gestured around the library. "This place exists to provide those stories to whoever needs them most." On Halloween night itself, the transformation was complete. The library pulsed with such vibrant magic that it seemed almost alive, a great heart beating with the rhythm of countless stories. Books floated freely through the air, their pages streaming behind them like wings. Words rose from their bindings to dance through the air in spirals of silver and gold. And there, in the children's section, Elara saw her grandmother, not solid, not entirely real, but present nonetheless, a shimmer of warmth and love sitting in the reading chair, surrounded by glowing books that leaned toward her like flowers following the Sunday. "Grandmother?" Elara whispered. Helena looked up and smiled, that same expression of wonder and delight that had defined her life. When she spoke, her voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, woven into the very air of the library. My dearest girl, I knew you would find your way here eventually. How are you? I mean, are you really? I'm exactly as real as any story that lives in a reader's heart, Helena said gently. And this library, dear one, is a place where such stories can take shape. Elara moved closer, noting how the books around her grandmother glowed with particular warmth. I've missed you so much, and I have been with you all along, in every story you've read, every library you've entered, every moment you've chosen wonder over fear. Helena's eyes sparkled with familiar mischief, though I must say, you've found yourself quite an extraordinary position. Adrian has done well with this place. The Count himself appeared then, approaching with evident respect and affection. Helena, you look exactly as I remember. Flatterer, she said with a laugh that made the books around her flutter their pages in delight. Though I must say, you've changed considerably, for the better I might add. I had excellent teachers, he replied, glancing meaningfully at the surrounding books. Books make the best teachers, Helena agreed. They never judge, never give up hope, and they're always willing to share their wisdom with those who seek it. She turned back to Elara. You understand that now, don't you, dear? This is where you belong, not just because you can tend the magic, but because you can appreciate it. Elara felt tears on her cheeks, but they were tears of joy rather than sorrow. Will I see you again? Every time you open a book with love in your heart, every time you share a story with someone who needs to hear it, every time you choose to believe in magic rather than dismiss it. Helena began to fade, becoming more translucent, more story than substance. Take care of this place, Elara. And take care of Adrian, he's been lonely far too long. As her grandmother's form dissolved back into the warm glow of the books, Elara felt a hand on her shoulder. Adrian stood beside her, his own eyes bright with emotion. She's right, you know, he said softly. I have been lonely, until now. Elara leaned against his shoulder, feeling the solid comfort of his presence. Around them, the library continued its Halloween celebration, but the frantic energy was settling into something deeper, more peaceful. The books were returning to their shelves, their magic banking like embers that would burn steadily through the long winter ahead. Will you stay? Adrian asked. Not just for the season, but permanently? This library needs a keeper who understands its heart, and I would be honored to share its wonders with you. Elara looked around the library that had become her home, at the books that had welcomed her like old friends, at the man who had shown her magic beyond her wildest dreams. I can't imagine being anywhere else. As the first light of November dawn began to creep through the windows, the Halloween magic settled into a gentler, more sustainable enchantment. The books returned to their shelves, but retained their glow, their awareness, their love for the woman who tended them with such care. And in the days that followed, as autumn deepened into winter, Elara discovered that the magic of Castle Ravencroft's library wasn't limited to one night of the year. It lived in every shared story, every moment of wonder, every connection between reader and tale. She found her place not just as a librarian, but as a guardian of dreams, a keeper of the thin places where stories and reality touched. And beside her, Adrian continued his own transformation, becoming more human with each passing day, anchored to life by love and stories, and the quiet magic of finding someone who saw wonder in the same places he did. The villagers, who had always spoken of Castle Ravenscroft with a mixture of awe and unease, began to tell different stories. They spoke of the kind librarian who had brought warmth to the old castle, of the count who smiled more often now, of books that glowed softly in windows on winter nights like gentle beacons of hope. And sometimes, on particularly magical evenings, visitors to the library reported seeing a silver-haired woman sitting in the children's section, reading aloud in a voice full of love and wonder. The books, they said, always listened with perfect attention, and the stories she told had a way of following listeners home, living in their hearts long after the words had ended. For in the end, that's what the best stories do. They find their way into the spaces between heartbeats, into the quiet moments before sleep, into the part of the soul that still believes in magic. And in Castle Ravenscroft's library, surrounded by books that loved their readers as much as they were loved in return, those stories lived on, creating their own gentle enchantment that would last far beyond any single Halloween night. As Ilara settled into her new life, tending books by candlelight and sharing stories with Adrian through the long, peaceful evenings, she often remembered her grandmother's words. The world was full of magic for those who knew how to look for it. She had looked, and she had found not just magic, but home. And in the children's section, where the most beloved books lived, a whisper of Helena's laughter could still be heard on quiet nights, reminding anyone who listened that the best stories never truly end, they simply find new ways to begin again. Frankenstein, a Halloween sleep story, the creature's Halloween garden. Between dusk and midnight, in the quiet of an October night, there lived a creature who saw beauty where others saw fear. He had spent years wandering the edges of civilization, not seeking trouble but a place to belong. He hoped his unusual appearance would be seen as part of the world's rich tapestry, not as something to be feared. His travels had taken him through deep forests and moonlit meadows. He had learned to read the subtle moods of nature, from morning mist to the quality of silence that came with the first frost. On this particular evening, just before Halloween, the creature walked a winding country lane bordered by ancient oak trees. Their leaves in shades of gold, amber, and red rustled overhead like a whispered lullaby. He paused often, listening to the drip of dew and the distant call of a night bird, his breath slowing to match the rhythm of the leaves. The full moon hung in the sky, transforming the familiar world into a dreamlike landscape. Under its light, shadows held wonder instead of fear, and the creature's reflection in a still pond seemed less frightening, blessed with a kind of dignity. He moved silently along the path, his steps hushed not from fear, but from a desire not to disturb the evening's peace. The air was crisp, carrying the complex scent of autumn, wood smoke, fallen apples, and the green scent of dew-heavy grass. As he walked, breathing deeply of the night air, he noticed something unusual ahead, a warm, golden light spilling from beyond a low stone wall along the lane. It was no harsh glare of modern lamps, but a softer radiance, like candle flames behind amber glass or a hearth glowing through the long night. The light pulsed gently, casting living shadows across the stones. Drawn by instinct, the creature approached. The wall was old, moss-soft, its mortar seams sprouting pale flowers that glowed ghost-like in the moonlight. Closer now, he heard faint sounds, something like laughter mingled with wind, and beneath it, the murmur of many small flames. His heart quickened, not with fear but with anticipation, as if before a long-awaited gift. With reverence, he placed his hands on the stone and peered over. The sight stole his breath. Beyond stretched rolling hills like a vast green quilt, covered with rows of pumpkins glowing as though each held a private Sunday. Some were round and smooth as fallen moons, others lumpy and misshapen, full of character. Tiny ones gleamed like jewels, while giants looked fit for a feast, broad enough for carvings, deep enough to hold whole constellations of candles. But what truly enchanted him were the jack-o'-lanterns, hundreds scattered through the fields, each carved with care, each glowing with warm, living light. They seemed a congregation of friendly spirits, faces lifted to the moon in welcome. Some bore simple triangular eyes and jagged grins, playful or inviting. Others showed intricate vines, flowers, lacework of light, or faces so gentle they seemed alive, glowing with joy, contemplation, or quiet peace. Jack-o'-lanterns carved as cats with whiskers, and alert ears displayed playful or dignified expressions. Others resembled owls with wise, secretive eyes. Some featured intricate scenes, tiny houses, sailing ships, or landscapes with trees, mountains, and star-like cuts that twinkled. The creature noticed the jack-o'-lanterns were arranged harmoniously, with smaller ones clustered around larger ones like children around grandparents. Elaborate carvings were placed for multi-angle viewing, while simpler faces lined pathways through the pumpkin patches. Candlelight flickered, casting shifting shadows and light. Flames burned bright, revealing carved details, or dimmed, creating mysterious shadows, as if the pumpkins whispered in an ancient language of flame. "Beautiful, aren't they?" a soft, calm voice said from behind. The creature turned, expecting fear, but saw an elderly woman with silver hair braided with flowers and leaves. Her lined face and warm, deep brown eyes showed no fear, only kind curiosity, as if she'd been expecting him. A woman in a rust-colored wool sweater, the color of autumn leaves, carried a wicker basket filled with small pumpkins and gourds. Around her neck was a tiny carved pumpkin. Yes, the creature said, his voice gentle. "They are beautiful." The woman smiled. "I'm Eleanor," she said simply, "and I suspect you're admiring my Halloween garden." The creature looked at the glowing expanse. "You created all of this?" "Over many years. Eleanor said, setting down her basket. It started with one small pumpkin patch, but it grew. The pumpkins wanted to become something special. She gestured toward a group of glowing jack-o'-lanterns. It became a kind of calling, creating different moods and personalities. And each year more people came to visit. It must take enormous amounts of work, the creature said quietly. The best kind, Eleanor replied, work that feeds the soul and brings joy to others. Would you like to see them up close? She asked, her gaze accepting. The gate's just there. The creature hesitated, accustomed to being feared. I wouldn't want to disturb anything. Nonsense, Eleanor said. Beauty is meant to be shared. Besides, she added with a smile, I think the jack-o'-lanterns have been waiting for you. They sense kindred spirits. They can tell when someone understands what it means to be different, but to carry beauty inside. Her words resonated, and for the first time in his life, the creature felt a glimmer of hope. Eleanor led him through a midnight blue gate, decorated with stars and vines. It opened silently onto a gravel path, and the creature was immediately surrounded by the warm glow of hundreds of jack-o'-lanterns. The artistry was profound. Some pumpkins had traditional designs, but even these seemed to possess individual personalities. Others were true works of art, like one carved with a delicate tree whose branches swayed in the candlelight, or another showing a contented cat mid-stretch. There were pumpkins carved with entire scenes, villages, landscapes, and starry nights. All of them seemed to glow not just with candlelight, but with the love and creativity that brought them to life. How do you do it? The creature asked, kneeling beside a peaceful-looking pumpkin. How do you make them seem so alive? Eleanor chuckled, a sound like wind chimes. I listen to what each pumpkin wants to become, she said, sitting on the gravel. They all have their own personalities. She adjusted a nearby candle. Some just want to be accepted for what they are, appreciated for their unique beauty. The creature's breath caught. It's beautiful, he whispered. Would you like to try making one? Eleanor asked. I'm not sure I have the skill, he said, looking at his large hands. I'm afraid I might ruin it. Eleanor's smile was gentle. Skill can be learned, but the desire to create is a gift. I can see you have it. She led him to a section with rows of waiting pumpkins and a table of carving tools. She selected a perfect round orange pumpkin. This one, she said, placing it on the table. I think this one has been waiting for you. The creature approached, hesitant, and Eleanor began to explain the process. Under Eleanor's guidance, the creature began to work. His large hands, usually clumsy, moved with surprising grace as he cut the top and hollowed out the pumpkin. The simple, rhythmic task was deeply peaceful. Eleanor worked beside him, offering tips on how to scrape the walls and save the seeds. What would you like your jack-o'-lantern to express? She asked. The creature considered this. Hopeful, he said slowly. Not happy, but hopeful, as if it's looking toward the future with quiet confidence. Eleanor nodded. Hope is a beautiful choice. It suggests someone who has known difficulty but still believes in possibilities. As he began carving, Eleanor told him stories. She spoke of the year she carved 50 tiny pumpkins to create an entire fairy village, a place so magical children left offerings, convinced real fairies had moved in. Eleanor told him about a jack-o'-lantern that looked just like her late husband, a comforting shrine for those who missed him. She also shared the story of a famous artist who offered to buy some pumpkins, but she refused, explaining they were part of a larger, magical whole. The creature found deep focus in the work. He started with the eyes, carving them oval with a hopeful, upward tilt. He then created a small, simple nose, carefully balancing the face's features. Finally, he carved the mouth, not a smile, but a subtle, knowing upturn at the corners, as if sharing a secret. When he finished, Eleanor placed a candle inside. As the flame lit, the creature's jack-o'-lantern came alive, its hopeful expression glowing. "It's perfect," the creature breathed. And it was not perfect in a technical sense, but perfect in how it captured the quiet confidence and gentle optimism he had hoped to express. "It's you," Eleanor said simply. "It has your spirit. That's what the best art does. It reveals the inner life of its creator." Together, they carried the new jack-o'-lantern to a spot where it fit perfectly, its light joining the others. Eleanor produced 2 cups of hot, fragrant cider. They settled on a wooden bench, surrounded by the warm glow of hundreds of faces. "I come here every Halloween night," Eleanor said, "to tend the garden and keep the lights burning bright. It's a vigil for the magic of the season." Each jack-o'-lantern, she explained, represents hope and imagination. "Don't people find it strange?" the creature asked. Eleanor's eyes twinkled. "Oh, people have theories. Some say it's haunted or maintained by fairies. The children love the magic pumpkin place, and adults who still believe in magic understand it's special." As the night deepened, more visitors arrived. A family with young children came first, whispering in wonder as they pointed at their favorite carved faces. The creature expected to feel anxious, but the garden's magic made him feel peaceful. Children weren't afraid. They saw him as part of the magic. One little girl asked if he had made a pumpkin. "I helped," he said, pointing to his hopeful creation. "It's beautiful," she said. "It looks like it knows something happy is going to happen." Her words filled him with warmth. As the evening went on, more visitors arrived, teenagers, an elderly couple, and college students. Their initial cynicism or curiosity turned to awe. Eleanor moved among them, a gracious hostess, refilling candles and offering cider, her movements full of satisfaction. The creature became her co-guardian. His keen eyes spotted candles that had gone out, and his hands carefully relit them. He gently lifted children to see over the crowd and helped tired elderly visitors find a stool. His presence, initially startling, quickly became welcomed. People began to smile, recognizing him as a keeper of this special, magical place. "Excuse me," a middle-aged woman approached him as he was adjusting a candle that had shifted in its pumpkin home. Could you tell me about this one? She gestured to an elaborately carved jack-o'-lantern that displayed a scene of a forest at moonlight, complete with tiny deer picked out in delicate detail and trees whose branches seemed to sway in the candlelight. Eleanor carved this one 3 years ago, the creature replied, his voice growing more confident with each interaction. She said it was inspired by a dream she had about a magical forest where all the woodland creatures gathered on Halloween night to share stories and celebrate the turning of the season. If you look closely, you can see rabbits hiding among the tree roots, and there's even a tiny owl perched in the upper branches. The woman leaned closer, her eyes widening as she discovered each hidden detail. It's incredible, she breathed, the amount of work, the patience it must have taken, and it's all just given freely for people to enjoy. That's what makes it beautiful, the creature said, surprising himself with the wisdom in his own words. Art shared freely multiplies rather than diminishes. Every person who sees it and feels wonder adds to its power rather than taking from it. As the evening wore on, the creature found himself answering more questions, sharing stories Eleanor had told him, even offering his own observations about the different jack-o'-lanterns and their unique personalities. With growing amazement, he realized that people were actually seeking him out, recognizing him as a knowledgeable guide who could enhance their experience of the garden. A teenage boy, probably around 16, and trying to look unimpressed by the childish Halloween display, found himself drawn to the section where the more artistic and complex carvings were displayed. He stopped before a jack-o'-lantern that showed a phoenix rising from stylized flames, its wings spread wide and its expression magnificent and fierce. "That's an unusual design for a pumpkin," the boy commented, his tone carefully neutral but his eyes betraying his genuine fascination. "Eleanor says that Halloween is about transformation," the creature replied thoughtfully, "about things becoming other than what they started as. A simple pumpkin becomes art, darkness becomes light, fear becomes wonder. The phoenix seemed like a natural symbol for that kind of magical change." The teenager nodded slowly, his pretense of disinterest gradually falling away. "I never thought about Halloween that way," he admitted. "I always just thought it was about scary stuff and getting candy. Those things are part of it too," the creature said with a gentle smile. "But I think the heart of it is about celebrating the mysterious, the magical, the possibility that ordinary things might be more extraordinary than they appear. That ordinary people might be more extraordinary than they appear." The boy looked at him with new interest, perhaps hearing something in those words that resonated with his own experience of feeling different, of not quite fitting into expected categories. "Did you make any of these?" The creature led him to his hopeful jack-o'-lantern, still glowing steadily among its companions. "This is my first one," he said, and there was no shame in his voice, only quiet pride and satisfaction. The teenager studied it carefully, taking in the subtle expression, the way the candlelight played through the carved features. "It looks optimistic," he said finally, "like it's waiting for something good to happen." "Exactly," the creature replied, pleased that his artistic intention had been so clearly understood. Sometimes the most radical thing you can do is maintain hope, especially when hope seems difficult or unreasonable. As midnight approached, the garden began to settle into a quieter rhythm. The families with young children started to drift away, little ones becoming tired despite their excitement, parents carrying sleepy toddlers who had finally succumbed to the lateness of the hour and the hypnotic effect of so much gentle dancing light. The teenagers lingered longer, some of them sitting on benches or cross-legged on the gravel paths, clearly reluctant to leave this magical space and return to the ordinary world. Eleanor moved through the garden one final time, checking each jack-o'-lantern, making sure the candles were secure and would burn safely through the remaining hours of the night. The creature accompanied her, learning the routine that would become familiar to him in the nights to come, which candles needed replacing, which jack-o'-lanterns required adjustment, how to bank the flames so they would burn low and steady rather than bright and quickly. "Tomorrow night will be even busier," Eleanor said as they worked together in comfortable companionship. Word spreads about the garden every year, and Halloween Eve always brings the largest crowds. But tonight felt special, didn't it? There was something different in the air, something particularly magical. The creature nodded, understanding that the difference had been his own presence, his own participation in the garden's life and purpose. For the first time in his long existence, he had been not just an observer of human community, but an active participant, someone whose contributions were valued and whose presence was welcomed. As they completed their circuit of the garden, Eleanor and the creature found themselves once again at the bench where they had sat earlier, now alone, except for the glowing faces of hundreds of jack-o'-lanterns keeping their patient vigil. The candles had burned lower, casting everything in a softer, more intimate light, and the night air had grown cooler, carrying the promise of winter still months away but already stirring in the seasonal cycle. "Thank you," the creature said quietly, his voice carrying depths of gratitude that went far beyond simple politeness, "for tonight, for letting me be part of this, for showing me what it feels like to belong somewhere, to contribute something meaningful to the world." Eleanor smiled, and in the candlelight her face seemed ageless, as if she were connected to some timeless source of wisdom and compassion. "Thank you for being here, for sharing your gifts with the garden and its visitors. You have a natural talent for this work, you know. Not just the carving, though that was beautifully done for a first attempt, but the way you interacted with people, the way you helped them see and appreciate what was here. There's something about your presence that makes the magic more accessible, more real." She paused, looking around at the glowing garden, at the jack-o'-lanterns that seemed to nod approval in the gentle night breeze. "This place needs someone to help care for it, especially as it continues to grow, and I think," she turned to look at him directly, her eyes warm with invitation and hope, "I think you understand what this garden is really about. It's not just about Halloween, or pumpkins, or even art. It's about creating beauty where others might see only ordinary things. It's about showing that different can be wonderful, that unusual can be magical, that everyone deserves a place where they belong." The creature felt something warm and unfamiliar unfurling in his chest, a feeling he thought he might call home, might call belonging, might call purpose. Could I? Would it be possible for me to come back? Perhaps to help tend the garden on a more regular basis? I was hoping you might ask that, Eleanor said, her smile radiant with pleasure and relief. This place has been waiting for you, I think, waiting for someone who understands what it means to be different, to be misunderstood, but to carry beauty inside nonetheless. Waiting for someone whose hands can create wonder and whose heart can appreciate the magic in simple things. They spent the next hour walking slowly through the garden, Eleanor pointing out different areas and explaining their care and maintenance. She showed him the storage shed hidden behind the farthest hill, where extra pumpkins waited in cool darkness for their turn to become art. The shed was larger than it appeared from outside, filled with carefully organized supplies, carving tools of every description, candles and lanterns, fertilizer and gardening equipment, even a small workbench where intricate designs could be planned and templates created. She explained about the compost system that turned carved pumpkin remains into rich soil for next year's crop, about the irrigation network that kept the plants healthy during the growing season, about the greenhouse where seedlings were started each spring and where the most delicate varieties were protected from harsh weather. The garden was clearly a year-round operation, requiring constant attention and care, even during the months when it wasn't actively displaying its Halloween magic. The work isn't just seasonal, Eleanor explained as they examined racks of tools and containers of seeds. In spring we plant new varieties and tend the seedlings. Summer is about cultivation and growth, making sure the plants have everything they need to produce the best possible pumpkins. Fall is harvest and carving season, when all the year's work comes to fruition. And winter is for planning, for designing new patterns, for preparing for the cycle to begin again. There was a small office area in the shed as well, with a desk covered in notebooks and sketch pads, walls lined with photographs of previous year's displays, and filing cabinets filled with what appeared to be correspondence and records. The creature could see that Eleanor maintained detailed documentation of every aspect of the garden's operation, which varieties grew best, which carving designs were most popular with visitors, which areas of the garden received the most foot traffic and needed additional reinforcement. "I keep track of everything," Eleanor said, noticing his interest in the record-keeping system. "Not because I'm obsessive about data, but because the garden teaches me things every year, and I want to remember those lessons. Which pumpkins are most suitable for different types of carving, how weather patterns affect the growing season, what kinds of designs resonate most deeply with different age groups of visitors." She pulled out a thick notebook filled with sketches and notes, pages covered with designs ranging from simple traditional faces to elaborate artistic creations. "This is where new jack-o'-lanterns are born," she said. "Sometimes I see a pumpkin and immediately know what it wants to become. Other times I have an idea for a design and need to find the right pumpkin to execute it, and sometimes visitors suggest ideas that spark new possibilities. The creature studied the sketches with growing fascination, seeing how Eleanor's creative process worked, how she moved from initial concept to finished piece. There were designs he recognized from the garden, but many more that were clearly future projects, ideas waiting for the right moment and the right pumpkin to bring them to life. "Would you like to try designing something?" Eleanor asked, offering him a pencil and a blank page. "It doesn't have to be for immediate carving, it could just be an exercise in imagination, a way of exploring what kinds of expressions appeal to you." The creature accepted the pencil hesitantly, his large fingers feeling clumsy around the small implement. But as he began to sketch, guided more by instinct than by technical skill, he found that his hands could express ideas that his words sometimes struggled to convey. The drawing that emerged was simple but evocative, a face that seemed to be listening intently, ears slightly forward, expression focused and attentive, as if hearing something wonderful in the distance. "A listening jack-o'-lantern," Eleanor said approvingly, "someone who pays attention to the world around them, who notices things others might miss. I love it. And I think I know exactly the right pumpkin for this design, one that's been waiting all season for someone to recognize its particular qualities." As they prepared to leave the shed and return to the main garden, Eleanor handed him a set of keys, old brass keys that felt warm and substantial in his palm. "These open the shed, the gates, and the small cottage where I keep additional supplies," she said. "Consider yourself officially appointed as assistant guardian of the Halloween garden." The title filled the creature with a pride and sense of purpose he had never experienced before. Assistant guardian, it suggested not just responsibility but belonging, not just work but identity. He was no longer simply a wanderer seeking acceptance. He was someone with a role to play, a contribution to make, a place where he was needed and valued. They returned to the garden to find it peaceful in the deepening night, the last visitors having departed, leaving only the jack-o'-lanterns to maintain their glowing vigil. The candles had burned lower but still provided enough light to navigate the paths and appreciate the carved faces, creating an atmosphere of intimate magic that felt different from the earlier bustle of activity. Eleanor moved through the garden one final time, performing the nightly ritual of checking each jack-o'-lantern, adjusting wicks, replacing candles that had burned too low, making sure everything was secure for the remaining hours of darkness. The creature followed her example, quickly learning the routine that would become as natural to him as breathing in the days and years to come. As they worked together in comfortable silence, the creature reflected on how dramatically his life had changed in the course of a single evening. He had begun the night as a solitary wanderer, someone who existed on the margins of human society, accepted nowhere and belonging to nothing. Now he was part of something larger than himself, a guardian of beauty and magic, someone whose presence enhanced rather than diminished the joy of others. "The garden changes people," Eleanor said softly, as if reading his thoughts. "Visitors often tell me that they leave here feeling different, more hopeful, more connected to the mystery and wonder that exists in ordinary life. But it changes us too, those of us who tend it. It teaches us about patience and creativity, about the satisfaction that comes from work that serves something larger than ourselves. She paused beside his jack-o'-lantern, which continued to glow with steady hope among its companions. Your pumpkin friend here will burn through the night and welcome tomorrow's visitors with the same optimistic expression you gave it. And tomorrow night you'll be here to tend it and all the others, to help people see the magic that's always present but not always visible. As the cathedral bells in the distant town chimed midnight, marking the official beginning of a new day, Eleanor and the creature completed their rounds and returned to the bench for one final moment of appreciation. The garden stretched around them in all directions, hundreds of jack-o'-lanterns glowing like terrestrial stars, each one a testament to the power of creativity and care to transform simple materials into profound beauty. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, Eleanor said, settling onto the bench with the contentment of someone ending a day well spent. More visitors, more candles to tend, probably a few jack-o'-lanterns that need repair or replacement, but also more opportunities to share the magic, more chances to help people discover wonder in unexpected places. The creature nodded, already anticipating the work ahead, not with anxiety, but with eager anticipation. He understood now that he had found not just a place to belong, but a purpose that utilized his unique gifts, his gentleness with children, his patience with detailed work, his understanding of what it meant to be different and still valuable, still capable of creating and contributing beauty to the world. As they sat in companionable silence, watching the candles flicker and dance, listening to the soft whisper of autumn wind through carved pumpkin grins, the creature felt a peace deeper than any he had known in his long existence. The restless wandering that had characterized so many years of his life had finally led him to where he was meant to be, not just accepted but needed, not just tolerated but valued, not just surviving but truly living. Eleanor rose from the bench and gathered her tools, preparing to return to her cottage for a few hours of rest before tomorrow's preparations began. The garden will be safe with you watching over it, she said, handing him a thermos of hot cider and a warm blanket. Sometimes I stay the whole night through just to be present with the magic, to maintain the vigil, but I have a feeling you understand that instinct already. The creature accepted the gifts gratefully, understanding that he was being entrusted not just with the practical care of the garden, but with its spiritual guardianship as well. "I'll keep the lights burning," he promised, and the words carried the weight of a sacred vow. Mary Lennox and the Secret Garden's Halloween magic. The autumn air at Misselthwaite Manor carried the scent of wood smoke and dying leaves, and Mary Lennox found herself drawn to her bedroom window as the sun began its slow descent toward the Yorkshire moors. October had painted the world in shades of amber and rust, and tonight was Halloween, a night that felt different somehow, as if the very air itself held secrets waiting to be discovered. Mary pressed her face against the cool glass and gazed out toward the walled garden that had become so dear to her heart. The secret garden lay hidden beyond the ivy-covered walls, and even from her window high in the manor, she could see the tops of the old apple trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. Something about the light tonight seemed different, softer, more golden, as if the sunset had decided to linger a little longer than usual. She had spent the afternoon with Colin and Dickon in the garden, as had become their cherished routine. They had been gathering the last of the autumn harvest fat orange pumpkins that had grown unexpectedly large this year, and late blooming roses that seemed reluctant to surrender to the coming winter. But as evening approached, both boys had been called away, Colin to his studies, and Dickon back to his cottage to help his mother prepare for the village Halloween festivities. Now, as the manor settled into its evening quiet, Mary found herself restless with a gentle kind of anticipation she couldn't quite name. The corridors of Misselthwaite seemed to whisper with October wind, and she could hear the soft settling sounds of an old house preparing for night. But rather than feeling sleepy, Mary felt oddly wakeful, as if something wonderful was waiting for her just beyond the edge of ordinary experience. She moved away from the window and began to pace her room softly, her bare feet silent on the thick carpet. The fire in her small hearth had burned down to glowing embers, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, she could see the first stars beginning to appear in the deepening sky, and the moon, nearly full, was rising behind a veil of thin, silvery clouds. It was then that she noticed something unusual. Through her window she could see a faint, ethereal glow emanating from the direction of the secret garden. It wasn't the harsh light of lanterns or candles, but something softer and more mysterious, like moonbeams that had decided to pool and gather in one particular place. Mary's heart began to beat a little faster with curiosity rather than fear. In all her months of exploring and tending the secret garden, she had never seen anything quite like this gentle luminescence. She moved closer to the window, pressing her nose against the glass once more, and could swear she saw something flickering and dancing just above the garden walls. Without quite deciding to do so, Mary found herself reaching for her warm woolen shawl and wrapping it around her shoulders. Her feet seemed to carry her of their own accord toward her bedroom door, and before she knew it, she was stepping quietly into the long corridor that led toward the stairs. The manor at night was a place of deep shadows and gentle sounds, the soft tick of the grandfather clock in the hall, the distant settling of wooden beams, the whisper of wind around the tall windows. But tonight, these familiar sounds seemed to weave together into something almost musical, as if the house itself was humming a lullaby. Mary descended the stairs slowly, her hand trailing along the smooth banister. Each step felt deliberate and dreamlike, as if she were moving through honey-colored air. The portraits on the walls seemed to watch her with kind eyes, and she imagined she could hear the faintest rustling, as if the painted figures were shifting slightly in their frames to get a better view of her midnight journey. She made her way through the ground floor of the manor, past the library with its leather-bound volumes, and the morning room where she and Colin often took their tea. The servants' quarters were quiet. Martha and the other staff had long since retired to their beds, and Mary moved like a gentle ghost through the familiar spaces. The kitchen door opened with the softest creak, and Mary stepped out into the cool October night. The air was crisp but not cold, carrying scents of earth and dying leaves, and and something else, something sweet and mysterious that she couldn't quite identify. Above her the sky was a deep velvet studded with stars, and the nearly full moon sailed between wispy clouds like a silver ship. The path to the secret garden seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight, as if someone had scattered pearl dust along the worn stones. Mary pulled her shawl more closely around her shoulders and began to walk, her feet finding the familiar way almost without thought. The gravel crunched softly beneath her slippers, and night-blooming jasmine released its perfume into the cool air as she passed. As she approached the ivy-covered door that led into her beloved garden, Mary paused. The gentle glow she had seen from her window was definitely stronger here, and now she could hear something else, the faintest sound of music, like wind chimes made of silver bells, floating on the autumn breeze. Her hand found the hidden latch beneath the ivy, the same latch that had first granted her entry into this magical place so many months ago. The door swung open with its familiar soft groan, and Mary stepped inside. What she saw took her breath away in the most wonderful way. The secret garden had transformed into something from a fairy tale. Moonflowers, which she had never seen in the garden before, had bloomed along every path and climbing frame, their large white petals glowing with an inner light that seemed to capture and reflect the moon above. The entire garden was bathed in this soft silvery radiance, and everything looked as if it had been dusted with stardust. But it wasn't just the flowers that made the scene magical. As Mary stood in the doorway, hardly daring to breathe, she saw figures moving among the plants, translucent, gentle beings that seemed to be made of moonlight and mist. They tended the garden with loving care, their movements graceful and deliberate as they touched the leaves of plants and whispered to the flowers. One of the figures, an elderly man in gardener's clothes that seemed to shimmer like morning dew, looked up and noticed Mary standing in the doorway. Rather than being startled or alarmed, he simply smiled and raised his hand in a gentle greeting, as if her presence here on this magical Halloween night was the most natural thing in the world. "Good evening, young miss," he said, and his voice was like the sound of wind through wheat fields. "We've been hoping you would come." Mary found her voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. "Who are you? What is this place tonight?" The gentle spirit gardener set down the watering can. He had been holding a can that seemed to hold liquid starlight rather than water, and approached Mary with slow, peaceful steps. "We are the gardeners who came before," he explained, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "This garden has been loved by many hands over the years, and on nights like this, when the veil between worlds grows thin, we return to tend what we helped to grow." He gestured around the transformed garden, where other spirit gardeners moved among the plants, their forms becoming clearer to Mary's eyes with each passing moment. There was a woman in a long dress who seemed to be coaxing late roses to bloom, and a young man who was gathering ghostly vegetables from plants that Mary was certain hadn't been there during the day. "But don't be afraid, dear child," the elderly gardener continued, seeing the wonder in Mary's eyes. "We mean no harm. We come only to celebrate the garden's magic and to prepare for the winter's rest. Tonight is special a night when the garden shows its true face to those who have loved it well. As if his words were a signal, Mary heard the sound of familiar voices calling her name from the direction of the garden door. Turning, she saw Colin and Dickon entering the moonlit space, their faces filled with the same wonder and delight that she felt blooming in her own heart. "Mary," Colin called softly, his voice filled with excitement rather than the breathless worry that had once characterized his speech. "Did you see the light from your window too? I couldn't sleep, and when I looked outside—" He trailed off, taking in the magical scene before them. Dickon, ever practical even in the face of magic, was already approaching one of the spirit gardeners with his characteristic gentle curiosity. "Evening," he said politely to a ghostly woman who was tending to a patch of luminous pumpkins. "Might I ask what you're growing there?" The spirit woman smiled and gestured to her plants with obvious pride. "Halloween pumpkins, young sir. They grow only on this one night of the year, and they hold all the warmth and light of the autumn Sunday. Would you like to help me harvest them?" And so began the most magical evening Mary had ever experienced. The three children found themselves welcomed into the gentle community of spirit gardeners, each of whom had stories to tell and wisdom to share. They learned that the garden held layers of history and magic that they had never suspected, and that their love and care for the space had helped to strengthen the connection between the world of the living and the realm of gentle spirits. The elderly gardener who had first greeted Mary showed them how to gather the moonflowers, explaining that their petals could be dried and saved to make tea that would bring peaceful dreams throughout the winter months. His name, he told them, was Thomas, and he had tended this garden more than 100 years ago, when the manor was young and the walls were first built. "Every garden has its own spirit," Thomas explained as he guided their hands in the delicate work of harvesting the glowing blooms. "But this one is special because of all the love that has been poured into its soil. Your love, children, has awakened something that has been sleeping for many years." Colin, who had grown strong and healthy through his time in the garden, found himself drawn to a spirit gardener who was tending to a grove of apple trees that seemed to bear fruit made of crystallized sunlight. The gardener, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, taught him how to listen to the whispers of the trees, how to understand what they needed to thrive. "Plants are like people," she told Colin as they worked together, gathering the magical apples into baskets woven from moonbeams. "They need love and attention, yes, but they also need to be trusted to grow in their own way, in their own time. You've learned this lesson well, young master." Dickon, with his natural affinity for all growing things, found himself surrounded by several spirit gardeners who were eager to share their knowledge of plants and animals that existed only in the magical realm. They showed him flowers that sang lullabies to help seeds sleep through the winter, and vegetables that glowed with their own inner light, providing warmth and nourishment even in the deepest cold. "You have the gift," one of the spirits told him, an ancient woman whose hair seemed to be made of flowing moss and whose dress rustled like autumn leaves. "The gift of understanding what the earth needs, what the plants are saying. This garden is lucky to have you." As the night deepened, the children found themselves settling into a rhythm of gentle work and quiet conversation with their ghostly companions. They learned that the spirit gardeners appeared not just on Halloween, but whenever the garden was in need of special care or protection. They had watched over it during the years when it was locked and forgotten, keeping the roots alive and the soil ready for new growth. We couldn't tend it as we wished, Thomas explained as he showed Mary how to braid moonflower vines into garlands that would protect the garden through the winter. But we could keep it alive, keep it ready for the day when living hands would return to work its earth. The magical Halloween vegetables and fruits that grew only on this one night were gathered into baskets and wheelbarrows that seemed to be crafted from solidified moonlight. The spirit gardeners explained that these would feed not just the body but the soul, providing comfort and strength through the dark months ahead. Mary found herself working beside a young woman spirit who tended to a patch of roses that bloomed in colors that had no names, deep purples that shifted to silver, blues that melted into gold. The woman's name was Sarah, and she had been the lady of the manor's daughter many years ago, before illness had taken her young. "I used to sneak into this garden just as you did," Sarah told Mary with a gentle laugh that sounded like wind chimes. "My father had locked it after my mother died, but I found the key and would come here to remember her. She planted many of these roses, you know." As Sarah spoke, Mary began to understand that the garden held not just plants and earth, but memories and love that had accumulated over generations. Every person who had ever tended it with care had left something of themselves behind, and on nights like this, when the barriers between worlds grew thin, all of that accumulated love became visible and tangible. The moon reached its highest point in the sky, casting everything in silver light, and the spirit gardeners began to gather in the center of the garden around an ancient sundial that Mary had never seen glow before tonight. The dial seemed to be made of some kind of luminous stone, and it pulsed gently with warm golden light. "It's time for the sharing of stories," Thomas announced, his voice carrying clearly across the garden. "This is the most important part of our Halloween gathering, when we pass on the wisdom of the garden to those who will carry it forward." The children were invited to sit on a circle of stones that appeared around the sundial, as if conjured from the earth itself. The stones were warm despite the cool night air, and Mary found herself settling into a comfortable position between Colin and Dickon, her shawl draped around all three of them for warmth. The spirit gardeners arranged themselves in a larger circle around the children, their forms becoming more solid and detailed in the golden light emanating from the sundial. Mary could see their faces clearly now, weathered by years of outdoor work, but kind and peaceful, filled with the satisfaction that comes from a life spent nurturing growth and beauty. Thomas spoke first, his voice taking on the cadence of someone accustomed to telling stories to help others rest peacefully. "Long ago," he began, "when this garden was first planted, the lady of the manor, Colin's great-great-grandmother, made a wish as she set each seed in the ground. She wished that this place would always be a haven for healing, a sanctuary where broken hearts could mend and weary souls could find rest." As he spoke, Images seemed to dance in the golden light above the sundial, misty, dreamlike scenes of the garden through the years. Mary saw generations of gardeners working the soil, children playing among the flowers, and quiet figures finding solace on garden benches during times of sorrow. The garden heard her wish, Thomas continued, and took it into its very roots and leaves. That's why it called to you, Mary, when you were lonely and hurting. That's why it welcomed Colin when he needed healing. That's why it embraced Dickon with his gift for understanding growing things. The garden knew you belonged here. Sarah spoke next, her silvery voice weaving through the night air like silk ribbons. Every plant in this garden has its own story, she said, and as her words floated over them, Mary could see the history of individual roses and fruit trees, vegetables and herbs, playing out in the golden light. The climbing rose by the door was planted to celebrate a wedding. The apple tree in the corner grew from seeds brought back from a journey to distant lands. The herb garden was started by a cook who believed that food grown with love could heal both body and spirit. One by one, the spirit gardeners shared their stories, tales of seasons past, of plants that had struggled and thrived, of the quiet miracles that happened every day in the garden when living hands worked in partnership with the earth. Their voices blended together into a gentle chorus that seemed to harmonize with the whisper of wind through the leaves and the distant sound of night birds calling. Colin found himself growing drowsy in the warm circle of stones, lulled by the peaceful cadence of the stories and the magical atmosphere of the transformed garden. But rather than fighting sleep, he let himself drift, knowing that he was safe and surrounded by love. The garden remembers everything, one of the spirits was saying, her voice seeming to come from very far away. Every kind word spoken here, every gentle touch, every moment of wonder and joy. It stores these things in its roots and branches, and gives them back when they're needed most. Dickon, too, was beginning to feel the drowsy contentment that comes after a perfect day. He leaned against Mary's shoulder, and she could feel his breathing becoming deeper and more regular as the spirit gardeners' voices wove their peaceful spell. As the night deepened and the stories continued, Mary became aware that the magical harvest they had gathered was beginning to glow more brightly, as if it were absorbing the love and wisdom being shared around the sundial. The moonflowers seemed to pulse gently with their own heartbeat, and the crystallized fruit sparkled like captured stars. This harvest, Thomas explained, his voice now barely above a whisper, will nourish not just your bodies through the winter, but your spirits as well. When the days are short and cold, when the garden sleeps beneath the snow, you'll be able to taste the magic of this night and remember that spring will always return. The golden light from the sundial began to dim slowly, and Mary realized that their magical Halloween evening was drawing to a close. But rather than feeling sad, she felt filled with a deep sense of completion and peace. The garden had shared its greatest secret with them, and they would carry that knowledge forward into all their days to come. The spirit gardeners began to fade gradually, becoming more translucent as the moon started its descent toward the horizon. but before they disappeared entirely, each one approached the three children to offer a parting gift. Thomas pressed a small packet of moonflower seeds into Mary's hand. "Plant these next spring," he told her, "and you'll always have a connection to tonight's magic." Sarah gave Colin a cutting from one of her magical roses, its stem wrapped in silvery moss. "This will grow wherever you plant it," she promised, "and it will bloom in colors that will remind you of dreams and possibilities." The ancient woman who had spoken with Dickon offered him a small wooden whistle carved from a branch of the magical apple tree. "When you blow this," she explained, "you'll be able to hear what the plants are saying, even in the depths of winter." As the last of the spirit gardeners faded into the morning mist, for somehow, without Mary quite noticing, the sky had begun to lighten with the first hints of dawn, the garden slowly returned to its familiar appearance. The moonflowers closed their petals and seemed to melt back into the earth. The glowing vegetables settled into ordinary pumpkins and squash, and the magical fruit transformed into baskets of perfectly normal but exceptionally beautiful apples and pears. But the children knew that what they had experienced was real and lasting. They could feel it in the warmth of the gifts they held, in the peaceful contentment that filled their hearts, and in the way the garden seemed to hum with quiet satisfaction as the ordinary world reasserted itself around them. As the sun crested the horizon, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold, Mary, Colin, and Dickon made their way slowly back toward the manor. They walked in comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts about the magical night they had shared. The baskets of harvest they carried were heavy but not burdensome, filled with the most beautiful fruits and vegetables any of them had ever seen. The ordinary pumpkins and apples seemed to glow with their own inner light, and Mary knew that when they tasted them, they would remember the flavors of starlight and moonbeams. As they reached the manor, Martha was already beginning her morning duties, and she greeted them with a knowing smile that suggested she wasn't entirely surprised to see them returning from an early morning adventure in the garden. "My word," she said, looking at their harvest with obvious delight, "wherever did you find such beautiful vegetables? They look like something from a fairy tale." The three children exchanged glances, and Mary felt a warm bubble of laughter rising in her chest. "The garden has been very generous this year," she said simply, and Martha nodded, as if this explanation was perfectly reasonable. They spent the morning preserving and storing their magical harvest, working together in the manor's kitchen with a contentment that seemed to radiate from their very souls. The fruits would become preserves and jellies that would brighten the darkest winter days. The vegetables would be prepared and stored in the root cellar, ready to provide comfort and nourishment when the garden lay sleeping under snow. As the day wore on and ordinary routine reasserted itself, Mary found herself treasuring the memory of their Halloween night like a precious gem. She knew that she would carry the image of the moonlit garden, filled with gentle spirits and magical plants, for the rest of her life. That evening, as she prepared for bed, Mary planted Thomas's moonflower seeds in a small pot on her windowsill. As she patted the earth gently around them, She whispered a promise that she would tend them with all the love and care she had learned in the secret garden. Colin, in his own room, carefully placed Sarah's rose, cutting in a glass of water, watching as it seemed to shimmer slightly in the lamplight. He had already chosen the perfect spot in the garden where he would plant it come spring, a place where it would have morning sun and afternoon shade, where it would be sheltered from harsh winds but open to gentle rain. Dickon, back at his cottage, tucked the magical whistle carefully into his jacket pocket. Even as he drifted off to sleep, he could swear he heard the faintest sound of plants whispering to each other in the darkness, sharing secrets and dreams as they settled into their nightly rest. And in the secret garden itself, as the moon rose full and bright on this night after Halloween, a single moonflower bloomed quietly by the sundial, a sign that the magic they had experienced was not a dream, but a gift that would remain with the garden forever. The seasons would turn, as seasons do. Winter would come with its blanket of snow, and the garden would sleep peacefully beneath the white coverlet. But when spring returned, bringing with it new growth and renewed life, Mary, Colin, and Dickon would tend their magical plantings with hands that had been blessed by ghostly gardeners, and hearts that held the memory of a Halloween night when the world revealed its deepest secrets. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when the light was just right and the wind carried the scent of roses and earth, they would catch glimpses of their spirit friends, still tending the garden with love, still sharing their wisdom with all who had eyes to see and hearts to understand. The secret garden kept its secrets, but it also shared its magic with those who approached it with love and wonder. And Mary Lennox, as she finally drifted off to sleep in her comfortable bed at Misselthwaite Manor, knew that she had been given a gift more precious than any treasure, the knowledge that magic was real, that love was eternal, and that gardens like dreams could hold miracles that would last forever. The moonlight streamed through her window, bathing everything in silver peace, and Mary smiled in her sleep, already looking forward to the spring when the moonflowers would bloom again, connecting her always to that perfect Halloween night when the garden had opened its heart and shared its deepest magic with 3 children who had learned to tend it with love. In the soft embrace of twilight, where the last golden threads of sunlight wove themselves through the pine branches, May found herself walking along a path she had never seen before. The cobblestones beneath her feet were smooth with age, worn to gentle curves by countless seasons of rain and the footsteps of those who had passed this way in search of something they could not quite name. She had been walking for hours, though time seemed to move differently here among the ancient trees. The day's worries, the urgent emails, the traffic, the endless chatter of the city had fallen away like autumn leaves, each step taking her further from the noise and deeper into a silence that felt alive with possibility. The path curved upward, following the natural contours of the mountain, and with each turn, May felt her breathing slow and deepen. The air here was different, tinged with the fragrance of wild jasmine and the distant scent of wood smoke. Somewhere ahead, she could hear the gentle murmur of water moving over stones, a sound that seemed to wash through her mind like a cool stream, clearing away the last vestiges of her hurried thoughts. As the path crested a small rise, May paused, her breath catching softly in wonder. Before her lay a hidden valley, cupped between rolling hills like a secret held in gentle hands. In the center stood a traditional tea house, its weathered wooden walls glowing amber in the fading light. Paper lanterns hung from the eaves, their soft illumination creating pools of warmth in the gathering dusk. Around the building, gardens flowed in organic curves, filled with plants she couldn't identify but which seemed to hum with quiet contentment. But what drew her eye most of all were the lanterns, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, scattered throughout the gardens and hung from the branches of ancient trees. Each one unique, each one glowing with its own gentle light, some warm gold, others cool blue, a few the soft green of new leaves or the gentle pink of cherry blossoms. They swayed slightly in the evening breeze, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced across the garden paths like living calligraphy. May found herself drawn forward, her feet following the stone path that wound down into the valley. As she walked, she noticed details that filled her with a quiet joy she had almost forgotten existed. The way moss grew in perfect spirals around the bases of stone lanterns, the sound her footsteps made, not the harsh click of city pavements, but a soft whisper against stone. The way fireflies were beginning to emerge from the gardens, their tiny lights blinking in gentle conversation with the paper lanterns above. The path led her to a wooden gate, painted red and weathered to a soft patina. It stood slightly ajar, as if awaiting her arrival. As she pushed it open, the hinges sang a low musical note that seemed to announce her presence without urgency or alarm. Beyond the gate, the path split into several smaller walkways that meandered through the gardens, each one inviting exploration. She chose the path that seemed to call to her most softly, one that led toward a grove of bamboo where the lanterns hung like captured stars among the green stalks. As she walked, she became aware of another presence in the garden, not alarming, but comforting, like the sense of a kind friend nearby. From behind a screen of flowering vines emerged an elderly man, moving with the unhurried grace of someone who had learned to live in harmony with time rather than in opposition to it. His hair was silver white, gathered loosely at the nape of his neck, and his clothes were simple, a robe of undyed linen that seemed to capture and hold the lantern light. But it was his eyes that drew May's attention, deep and warm, with the gentle sparkle of someone who had found reasons to smile in places others might overlook. "Welcome, traveler," he said, his voice carrying the same musical quality as the garden gate. "I am Kenji, keeper of these lights. You have walked far today." May paused, suddenly aware that she didn't know how she had come to be here, or even where here was. I'm not sure how I found this place," she admitted. "I was walking, and the path just seemed to lead me here." Kenji nodded, as if this explanation were perfectly reasonable. "The paths that matter most are often the ones we discover by not looking for them," he said. "Would you care for some tea? The evening is young, and the lanterns always burn more brightly when they have someone new to shine for." Without waiting for an answer, he began walking toward the tea house, his movements creating barely a whisper against the garden paths. May followed, drawn by something in his manner that spoke of deep peace and patient wisdom. The interior of the tea house was even more magical than its exterior had promised. Low wooden tables sat, surrounded by cushions worn soft with age, and shelves lined the walls, filled with teapots of every shape and size imaginable. But here too, lanterns provided the primary illumination, not the harsh brightness of electric bulbs, but the warm, living light of carefully tended flames. Kenji gestured to a table near a window that looked out over the gardens, where they could watch the interplay of lantern light and starlight beginning to emerge in the darkening sky. He moved to a small alcove where water bubbled quietly in an iron kettle, and May realized the sound she had been hearing throughout the garden was not a stream, but this gentle conversation between water and flame. "I grow the tea myself," Kenji said as he selected leaves from one of many ceramic containers. "Each plant has its own personality, its own way of expressing the essence of this place. Tonight, I think we need something gentle leaves that were dried under the light of the full moon, infused with the patience of long summer evenings." As he prepared the tea, May found herself relaxing more deeply than she had in months. There was something about the ritual of it, the careful measuring of leaves, the precise temperature of the water, the way Kenji moved with complete attention to each small action that seemed to slow time itself. "What are all the lanterns for?" she asked, watching through the window as the light swayed gently in the evening breeze. Kenji smiled, an expression that seemed to light up his entire face. "Ah, now there's a question with as many answers as there are lanterns," he said, settling across from her with the tea service. "Each one represents something different. Some are for wishes, some for memories, some for dreams not yet dreamed." He poured the tea with graceful movements, the liquid falling in a golden arc from pot to cup. The aroma that rose from May's cup was unlike anything she had ever experienced, floral and earthy at once, with hints of rain on stone and the green smell of new growth. "When I first came here," Kenji continued, "there was only one lantern. The one that hangs outside the door, you may have noticed it. Simple white paper with a flame that never gutters. My teacher, old Master Lin, told me that this single lantern was enough to illuminate the entire world, if one knew how to look at it properly." May sipped her tea, feeling warmth spread through her chest. "How long have you been here?" "Time moves differently in this place," Kenji replied. "I came here as a young man, full of questions and urgency. Master Lin was already ancient then, with hands like gnarled roots and eyes that seemed to hold all the seasons at once. He taught me that the most important light is not the one that blazes brightest, but the one that burns most steadily." Through the window, May watched a cat pick its way delicately through the garden, pausing to sniff at the base of various lanterns. It was a calico, with patches of orange and black and white that seemed to shift and flow in the lantern light like a living sunset. "That's Moonbeam," Kenji said, noticing her gaze. "She appeared here 3 winters ago, half-starved and suspicious of kindness. Now she helps me tend the garden. Cats, I've discovered, have an innate understanding of which lanterns need the most attention. As if summoned by their conversation, Moonbeam appeared at the window, pressing her face against the glass with a soft mew. Kenji rose and opened the window, and the cat flowed inside like liquid starlight, immediately making her way to May and beginning to purr a sound like gentle thunder, warming and comforting. "She likes you," Kenji observed. "Moonbeam is an excellent judge of character. She only purrs for people who carry stillness in their hearts." May found herself stroking the cat's soft fur, surprised by how natural it felt. "I don't think I carry much stillness," she admitted. "My life is complicated, always rushing from one thing to the next, always worried about what hasn't been done yet." Kenji refilled her cup, the tea somehow even more fragrant than the first pouring. "Would you like to help me with the evening rounds?" he asked. "Each night I walk through the gardens to tend the lanterns, adjusting wicks, replacing those that have burned out, adding new ones where they're needed. It's simple work, but I find it helps settle the mind." The invitation felt like a gift, and May found herself nodding before she had consciously decided to accept. Together, they finished their tea in comfortable silence, the only sounds the gentle bubbling of the kettle and Moonbeam's contented purring. When they rose to leave, Kenji gathered a small wicker basket filled with supplies, extra candles, a small container of oil, tiny scissors for trimming wicks, and a collection of paper lanterns in various colors, folded flat and ready to be assembled. He handed May a smaller basket containing replacement candles, their wax pale and smooth in the lantern light. "Master Lin used to say that we don't really tend the lanterns," Kenji explained as they stepped out into the garden. "Rather, we tend ourselves, and the lanterns simply reflect the quality of our attention." The evening air was cool against May's skin, carrying the scents of night-blooming flowers and the distant fragrance of pine. Above them, the first stars were appearing, their light mingling with the warm glow of the lanterns to create a canopy of gentle illumination. They began their rounds at the eastern edge of the garden, where lanterns hung from the branches of an ancient cherry tree. Even though it was not the season for blossoms, May could almost see ghost flowers among the leaves, as if the tree remembered every spring it had ever celebrated. Kenji approached each lantern with the same careful attention he had given to preparing the tea. He would pause before it, studying the flame, checking the paper for wear, adjusting the position if the evening breeze had shifted it. When he found one with a flickering wick, he would cup his hands around it protectively while making the necessary adjustments, as if shielding a living thing from harm. "This one was lit by a young woman who came here 5 years ago," he said, indicating a lantern painted with delicate birds in flight. She had just lost her grandmother and was struggling to understand how love could continue after loss. She painted these birds to represent all the words she wished she had said, all the conversations she thought were lost forever. May watched as Kenji carefully trimmed the wick and adjusted the candle. The flame steadied, casting the painted birds into gentle relief against the paper. "What happened to her?" "She visits sometimes," Kenji replied, "always in spring, when the cherry blossoms bloom. She sits by this tree and talks to her grandmother, and I think the old woman hears every word. Love, I've learned, is not diminished by distance or time. It simply changes form, like water becoming mist. They move deeper into the garden, following paths that seem to emerge from the landscape itself rather than being imposed upon it. Each lantern they encountered had its own story, its own purpose. Some were simple lights to guide travelers safely home. Others were complex works of art, covered in intricate paintings or calligraphy that spoke of deep meditation and patient craftsmanship. In a grove of bamboo, they found a lantern that had gone out, its candle burned down to a small puddle of wax. Kenji removed the old candle with gentle movements and selected a new one from May's basket. As he lit it from a nearby flame, the bamboo around them seemed to sigh in contentment, the sound of wind through the green stalks creating a natural music. Each flame is connected to every other flame, Kenji explained, as they watched the new light take hold. When we light one, we kindle something in all the others. When one goes out, we feel its absence as a momentary dimming, but then the others shine a little brighter to compensate. Moonbeam had followed them on their rounds, sometimes leading the way, sometimes lagging behind to investigate interesting scents or to simply sit and observe their work. Now she appeared beside a cluster of lanterns near a small pond, where lily pads floated like green medallions on the dark water. She was staring intently at one particular lantern, a simple blue one that hung low over the water's edge. "What is it, Moonbeam?" Kenji asked, approaching the lantern she had indicated. As he drew closer, May could see that the candle inside was burning unevenly, the flame leaning to one side as if pushed by an invisible wind. "Ah," Kenji said softly, "this one is carrying too heavy a burden." He carefully opened the lantern and extracted not just the candle, but a small piece of paper that had been folded and placed beside the flame. "Sometimes people leave their worries with the lanterns," he explained. "The paper absorbs their concerns, but if the worry is too heavy, it can affect the flame." He unfolded the paper carefully, reading the words written there. His expression grew gentle with compassion. A father, worried about his daughter who has moved far away to start her new life. He wants to protect her but knows he must let her find her own way. Kenji replaced the candle with a fresh one and refolded the paper, but this time he placed it beneath the lantern's base rather than beside the flame. "Heavy worries need to be grounded," he explained, "close enough to the light to be seen and acknowledged, but not so close that they disturb the flame's natural movement." As they continued their rounds, May found herself falling into the rhythm of the work. Each lantern required its own particular attention, its own small ceremony of care. Some needed new candles, others simply needed their glass cleaned or their position adjusted. A few required more complex attention, rewiring or new paper, or careful repairs to their frames. "How do you know what each one needs?" May asked as she watched Kenji coax a stubborn flame back to steady burning. "The same way you know when a friend is troubled," he replied. "You pay attention, you listen with more than your ears, you see with more than your eyes. Each flame has its own voice, its own way of asking for help. In a far corner of the garden, they came upon a section that seemed different from the rest. Here, the lanterns were larger, more elaborate, and they hung in precise patterns that created geometric shapes of light against the darkness. At the center of this arrangement was a lantern unlike any of the others, tall and narrow, made of what looked like crystalline glass that caught and refracted the surrounding light into rainbow patterns. "This is where I come when I need to remember," Kenji said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "Master Lin taught me that there are some lessons too important to be kept in just one mind, too precious to risk losing. So we embed them in light, in pattern, in the careful arrangement of illumination." May found herself drawn to the crystal lantern at the center. As she looked into it, the light seemed to shift and move, creating patterns that reminded her of flowing water, of wind through wheat fields, of the way sunlight filters through leaves. "What lesson is kept here?" Kenji was quiet for a long moment, standing beside her in the circle of rainbow light. "That there is no separation between the tender and the tended," he said finally. "That every act of caring changes both the giver and the receiver. That light shared is not diminished but multiplied." They completed their circuit of the garden as the night deepened around them, the lanterns now burning with renewed steadiness. The work had taken several hours, but May felt as if no time had passed at all, as if she had been existing in a space outside of time's usual constraints. As they made their way back toward the tea house, moonbeam weaving between their feet like a living ribbon, Kenji paused beside a small workshop tucked between two flowering bushes. "Would you like to make a lantern?" he asked. "There's something peaceful about creating light with your own hands." The workshop was small but perfectly organized, with tools and materials arranged on wooden shelves worn smooth by decades of use. Rolls of rice paper in every color imaginable, bamboo strips for framing, brushes and inks, scissors and glue made from rice paste, candles of various sizes, and spools of fine wire for hanging. Kenji showed May how to select and cut the bamboo strips, how to fit them together into a simple frame. His hands moved with practiced ease, but he encouraged her to work at her own pace, to let the lantern find its own shape rather than forcing it into a predetermined form. Master Lin used to say that the best lanterns are the ones that surprise their makers, he explained as May carefully fitted the strips together. "We begin with an intention, but we must remain open to what wants to emerge." As May worked, she found her mind growing quiet in a way it rarely did. The simple repetition of measuring, cutting, fitting, adjusting seemed to wash away the accumulated tensions of weeks and months. Her breathing slowed, her movements became more deliberate, and she began to understand what Kenji meant about tending herself through the act of tending the lanterns. When the frame was complete, they selected paper together. May found herself drawn to a pale green sheet, the color of new leaves, with a subtle texture that seemed to hold light in its fibers. As they stretched the paper over the frame, securing it with rice paste applied with tiny brushes, she felt a deep satisfaction in the simple act of creation. "Now comes the most important part," Kenji said, offering her a selection of brushes and a palette of inks. "What would you like your lantern to carry into the world?" May considered this question as she held the brush, feeling its weight and balance. What message did she want to send out into the darkness? What light did she want to kindle? Without conscious decision, she began to paint. Simple shapes at first, circles and flowing lines that seemed to emerge from some deep well of memory. As she worked, the shapes began to resolve into something recognizable, a winding path disappearing into distant mountains, with a small figure walking along it, surrounded by points of light that might have been stars or lanterns or fireflies. "The journey that brought me here," she said softly, stepping back to look at her work. The painting was simple but somehow complete, carrying within its few brushstrokes a sense of movement and wonder and the promise of discoveries yet to come. Kenji nodded approvingly. "Every journey begins with a single step into the unknown," he said, "and every step is illuminated by the lights that others have kindled before us." They assembled the lantern carefully, fitting a small candle into its base and adjusting the wire for hanging. When Kenji lit the candle, May's painting came alive, the painted path seeming to glow and beckon in the warm light. "Where shall we hang it?" Kenji asked. May looked around the workshop, then toward the garden beyond. "Somewhere it can guide other travelers," she said. "Somewhere they'll know they're on the right path." Together, they carried the lantern to the entrance of the garden, where the red gate stood open to the mountain path beyond. Kenji helped her hang it from a branch that arched over the gateway, positioning it so that its light would be visible to anyone approaching from the mountain path. As they stepped back to admire their work, May felt a deep sense of completion, as if something that had been seeking expression for a long time had finally found its voice. "It's beautiful," she said, and meant it. "All light is beautiful," Kenji replied. "The important thing is not the beauty, but the willingness to shine." They walked back through the garden together, past all the lanterns they had tended, past the peaceful groves and flower-lined paths. The tea house glowed before them like a beacon, its own lanterns casting warm pools of light on the surrounding ground. Inside, Kenji prepared another pot of tea, this one from different leaves, something with the scent of night-blooming flowers and the deep, earthy smell of moss after rain. They sat by the window again, moonbeam curling up in May's lap with a contented sigh. "I should probably think about heading back," May said, though the words felt strange in her mouth. Part of her couldn't remember exactly what she was supposed to return to, and another part had no desire to leave this place of lanterns and gentle wisdom. Kenji smiled. "The path will be here whenever you're ready to take it," he said. "But perhaps you'd like to stay for just a little while longer. There's something I'd like to show you before you go." May found herself nodding, curious despite the late hour. Kenji rose and beckoned her to follow him to a door she hadn't noticed before, hidden behind a screen painted with flying cranes. It opened onto a small balcony that overlooked the entire garden from above. From this vantage point, the full scope of Kenji's work was visible. The lanterns weren't randomly scattered as she had first thought, but formed intricate patterns, spirals and mandalas, and flowing rivers of light that turned the garden into a vast work of art. Some areas pulsed with warm golden light, others glowed cool blue or soft green. The overall effect was breathtaking, like looking down at a living constellation that had settled into the mountain valley. Each light represents a moment when someone chose hope over despair, Kenji said softly, a decision to kindle something beautiful rather than curse the darkness. Together they create something larger than the sum of their parts. May stood transfixed, understanding for the first time the true scope of what she had witnessed. This wasn't just a garden with pretty lanterns, it was a living testament to the power of accumulated small kindnesses, of patient tending, of the decision to create light in the world. How many people have contributed to this? She asked. I stopped counting years ago, Kenji replied, but I think that's not really the right question. The better question might be, how many moments of beauty and peace have been created by their decision to add their light to the whole? They stood in comfortable silence, watching the gentle dance of light and shadow below. Occasionally a lantern would flicker as a breeze touched it, creating ripples of illumination that spread outward like waves on a pond. I have a confession, May said after a while. I'm not entirely sure how I got here tonight, or even where here is exactly. I was walking on what I thought was a familiar path, and then you found yourself somewhere unexpected, Kenji finished. This happens more often than you might think. Sometimes we discover that we've been looking for something without knowing we were looking for it, and the world conspires to help us find it. But what was I looking for? Kenji considered this question, watching a group of fireflies dance among the lanterns below. Perhaps, he said gently, you were looking for a reminder that there's still beauty in the world, that there are still places where time moves slowly and kindness matters more than efficiency, that there are still people who dedicate their lives to tending small flames rather than building great bonfires. His words resonated through May like the note of a temple bell, clear and true, and somehow familiar. She realized that this was exactly what she had been searching for without knowing it, this sense of peace, this reminder that life could be lived differently, more slowly, with greater attention to the small, miraculous moments that usually passed unnoticed. Will I be able to find my way back? She asked. The path that brought you here will take you wherever you need to go, Kenji assured her. But remember, you carry a lantern now too. The light you've kindled tonight will go with you, and it will help guide others who are looking for their own way through the darkness. As if summoned by his words, May felt a gentle tiredness beginning to settle over her, not the exhausted collapse that usually marked the end of her days, but a peaceful readiness for rest. The kind of tiredness that comes after meaningful work, after time spent in good company, after the soul has been fed. I think, she said softly, I'm ready to head home now. Kenji nodded and led her back through the tea house. He prepared a small paper bag with tea leaves, the same blend we shared tonight, he explained, and tucked in a small wrapped package that felt like a candle. At the door, Moonbeam appeared as if to bid farewell, rubbing against May's legs with a purr that seemed to say, "Thank you for the evening." May scratched behind the cat's ears, feeling a rush of affection for this small creature who had accepted her so readily. "Remember," Kenji said as he walked with her to the garden gate, "every light matters. The lamp in your window, the candle on your table, the kindness you show to strangers, they're all part of the same illumination." At the gate, May turned to look back at the garden one more time. The lantern she had made glowed gently above the entrance, its painted path seeming to beckon to future travelers. The sight filled her with a quiet joy that felt like a flame kindled in her chest. "Thank you," she said, though the words felt inadequate for all that had been given to her this evening. "Thank you," Kenji replied, "for adding your light to ours." The mountain path stretched away from the garden, illuminated by starlight and the gentle glow spilling from the lanterns behind her. As May began to walk, she found that her steps felt lighter, more purposeful. The path seemed familiar now, as if it had been waiting for her to recognize it. Behind her, the garden settled into its nighttime rhythm. Kenji would complete his evening rounds, checking each light one final time before retiring to his small room above the tea house. Moonbeam would patrol the gardens, her keen senses alert for any lanterns that might need attention during the night hours, and the lights themselves would continue their gentle vigil, casting circles of warmth and welcome into the darkness, ready to guide any traveler who might find their way to this hidden valley. As May walked, she realized that something fundamental had shifted within her. The urgent anxiety that had driven her for so long had been replaced by something quieter but stronger, a sense of purpose rooted not in achievement but in presence, not in accumulation but in tending. The path curved downward now, leading her back toward the world she had temporarily left behind. But she carried with her the memory of lantern light dancing on water, of kind eyes crinkling with gentle humor, of the satisfaction of creating something beautiful with her own hands. She carried the scent of night-blooming flowers and the sound of bamboo whispering in the wind. Most importantly, she carried the knowledge that there were places in the world where time moved differently, where patient kindness was valued over quick success, where the simple act of tending a flame could be a form of prayer. The lights of the valley below began to come into view, house windows glowing, warm and welcoming, street lamps marking the familiar roads. But now these lights looked different to her, part of the same great constellation of human kindness that included Kenji's garden. Each window represented someone's choice to create a beacon against the darkness, someone's decision to make their small corner of the world a little brighter. As she reached the valley floor and found her way back to familiar streets, May realized that she remembered now where she had been going when she first found the mountain path. She had been walking to clear her mind after a particularly difficult day, hoping that movement would help sort through the tangle of worries and obligations that seemed to define her life. But what she had found instead was much more valuable, a reminder that there were other ways to live, other rhythms to follow. that life could be approached as a garden to be tended rather than a mountain to be conquered. Her apartment building came into view, its windows glowing like a modest collection of lanterns. As she climbed the stairs to her floor, May felt the small package Kenji had given her, solid and reassuring in her pocket. Inside her apartment, she unwrapped it to find a simple white candle, hand-dipped and smooth, along with a small note written in elegant calligraphy, "For lighting your own lanterns." She placed the candle in a small glass holder on her kitchen table and lit it, watching as the flame steadied and grew. In its light, her apartment looked different, not stark or empty as it sometimes seemed, but peaceful, ready to be filled with the gentle rhythms of a more mindful life. As she prepared for sleep, May found herself moving more slowly, more deliberately. She brewed a cup of the tea Kenji had given her, savoring its complex fragrance. She folded her clothes carefully instead of leaving them in a pile. She opened her window to let in the night air, with its hint of distant gardens and the promise of morning. When she finally slipped between her sheets, May felt a peace she hadn't experienced in years. Outside, the city hummed with its usual energy, but she no longer felt overwhelmed by its demands. Instead, she felt connected to something larger, to all the gentle lights burning in windows around the world, to all the quiet keepers tending their small flames, to the vast network of kindness that connected every illuminated moment. As sleep began to claim her, May made a silent promise to herself. Tomorrow, she would look for opportunities to kindle her own small lights. She would move more slowly, speak more kindly, pay attention to the details that usually escaped her notice. She would remember that every act of tenderness was a lantern lit against the darkness, every moment of patience a flame added to the great constellation of human care. And someday, when the time was right, she would return to that hidden valley. She would walk the mountain path again, carrying new lights to add to Kenji's garden. She would sit by the window of the tea house, watching the lanterns dance in the evening breeze, and she would add her own story to the collection of gentle wisdom that resided there among the bamboo groves and flowering paths. But for now, it was enough to rest in the glow of the candle on her table, to feel the soft weight of Kenji's tea warming her from within, to know that somewhere in the mountains, an old man and his cat were tending lights that would burn through the night, ready to guide any traveler who might need their gentle illumination. Outside her window, the first light of dawn was beginning to touch the horizon, but May drifted into sleep before she could see it. In her dreams, she walked again through gardens filled with lanterns, each one glowing with the accumulated kindness of everyone who had ever chosen to add their light to the darkness. And in those dreams, she was both the traveler finding her way and the keeper tending the flames, both the seeker and the sought, both the question and the gentle, luminous answer. The candle on her table burned steadily through the remaining hours of night, casting its small circle of warmth into the darkness, adding its voice to the vast, quiet chorus of lights that connected every sleeping soul to every other, until the whole world seemed to glow with the soft radiance of tended flame. Dracula's Professor Abraham Van Helsing, The Scholar's Garden. The evening mist rolls softly across the cobblestones of Amsterdam, carrying with it the whispered secrets of twilight. In a quiet corner of the old university district, where gas lamps cast their warm, amber pools of light, Professor Abraham Van Helsing makes his way home through streets that have become as familiar to him as the lines in his weathered palms. His footsteps echo gently against the ancient brick walls, a rhythmic melody that speaks of countless such journeys, countless such peaceful evenings drawing to their close. Abraham Van Helsing, scholar, physician, and keeper of knowledge, both ancient and profound, walks with the measured pace of one who has learned that wisdom comes not in haste, but in the quiet observation of life's gentle rhythms. His silver hair catches the lamplight as he pauses beside a wrought iron gate, his keen eyes softening as they fall upon the sanctuary that awaits him beyond. Behind the gate lies his private garden, a haven he has cultivated over many decades with the same careful attention he brings to his scholarly pursuits. Here, in this sheltered space where the outside world feels distant and dreamlike, Van Helsing has created something that speaks to both his scientific mind and his understanding of life's deeper mysteries. The garden breathes with the quiet contentment of growing things, each plant and flower chosen not merely for beauty, but for the ancient wisdom it carries within its leaves and roots. The gate opens with a gentle creak that has become as comforting to him as a familiar lullaby. Van Helsing steps onto the winding stone path that meanders through his botanical sanctuary, and immediately the tensions of the day begin to dissolve, like morning frost touched by the first rays of Sunday. The air here is different, softer, more fragrant, carrying the mingled scents of lavender, rosemary, and night-blooming jasmine that perfume the gathering dusk. Moonlight filters through the canopy of an ancient oak tree that stands sentinel at the garden's heart, its branches spreading wide like protective arms. Beneath its shelter, Van Helsing has arranged his most precious collection, herbs and flowers gathered from across Europe, each one carefully tended and grown for its healing properties and its connection to the old ways of understanding the world. Wolfsbane grows in neat rows beside beds of vervain, their purple and blue blossoms creating a tapestry of color that seems to glow with inner light in the silvery evening. The garden was not merely a collection of plants, it was a living library, a chronicle of Van Helsing's life's work, and a testament to his unique understanding of the world. Each plant had a story, a history intertwined with his own journeys across continents and his relentless quest for knowledge. He had brought the silvery leaves of sage back from the sun-drenched hills of Italy, its peppery scent a reminder of a long, feverish night spent tending to a sick child in a remote Tuscan village. The dark, glossy leaves of belladonna, a potent poison and powerful medicine, grew in a secluded corner, a stark and beautiful testament to the delicate balance between life and death that he so often navigated. As he walked, his hand gently brushed against the feathery fronds of feverfew, a plant whose humble appearance belied its powerful ability to soothe the most debilitating of headaches. It was this dual nature, the mundane and the miraculous, that captivated him. The world, he believed, was full of such silent contradictions, and it was the scholar's duty to understand and respect them. The garden was his laboratory, his classroom, and his confessional. Here, he could observe the slow, deliberate work of nature, the way a seed pushed against the soil to find the sun, or the way a tendril found its way around a support, never in a hurry, always with a quiet, certain purpose. He recalled the time he had been given a rare cutting of white peony from a secluded monastery in the Carpathian Mountains. The monks had guarded it for centuries, believing its roots held the power to ward off malevolent spirits. Van Helsing had treated the gift with the reverence it deserved, planting it in a spot where it could receive both the gentle morning sun and the deep shade of the afternoon. Now, its magnificent white blossoms stood out like luminous stars against the gathering darkness, a symbol of a promise kept and a trust earned. The garden also served as a refuge from the other side of his life, the one filled with shadows and whispers of things that should not be. The world knew him as a respected professor, a man of science and reason, but few understood the full scope of his work. He was a sentinel, a guardian against forces that defied rational explanation, and the weight of that knowledge was a heavy burden. But here, amidst the quiet hum of insects and the sweet perfume of the night-blooming flowers, that burden felt lighter. The constant vigilance, the gnawing anxiety that was his constant companion, receded into the background. He stopped beside a small, raised bed where he cultivated a patch of garlic. Its pungent aroma was a stark contrast to the delicate floral scents, but it was a scent he found deeply reassuring. He had learned, through hard-won experience, that some of the most powerful tools against darkness were also the most humble. A simple clove of garlic, a spray of vervain, these were not superstitious trinkets, but powerful conduits of a more primal and ultimately more truthful understanding of the world. As he continued his slow circuit of the garden, the moon rose higher, casting everything in a wash of silver and deep shadow. He noted the way the moonlight illuminated the intricate veins on a leaf of henbane, and the way it made the dew-kissed petals of a rose glisten like tiny jewels. It was a beauty that felt both ancient and new, a constant source of wonder. He wasn't just a scholar or a physician. He was a gardener, a tender of life in all its forms, and in that simple act he found his greatest peace. He reached the small wooden bench tucked beneath the oak tree, its surface worn smooth by decades of use. As he sat, a profound sense of calm settled over him, the perfect end to another day in a life lived between the bright light of knowledge and the deep shadows of the unknown. The professor moves through his garden with the quiet reverence of one entering a cathedral. Each step along the meandering path reveals new wonders, climbing roses that release their sweet perfume into the night air, sage plants whose leaves rustle with the soft whisper of ancient knowledge, and delicate sprigs of rowan whose white flowers seem to capture and hold the moonlight in their petals. At the garden's center, beneath the spreading oak, sits a simple wooden bench that Van Helsing crafted himself many years ago. The wood has weathered to a soft silver grey that harmonizes perfectly with the moonlight, and its surface has been worn smooth by countless hours of quiet contemplation. This is where he comes each evening to reflect upon the day's work, to study by the gentle light of the stars, and to find the peace that allows his mind to process the complex mysteries he encounters in his scholarly pursuits. Tonight, like so many nights before, Van Helsing settles onto his cherished bench with a soft sigh of contentment. He has brought with him a leather-bound journal, its pages filled with careful observations about his garden's growth, sketches of rare botanical specimens, and notes about the ancient properties of the plants he tends. But for now, the journal rests unopened in his lap as he simply allows himself to be present in this moment of perfect tranquility. The oak tree above him rustles gently in the evening breeze, its leaves creating a soft percussion that mingles with the distant sound of water trickling from the small fountain he installed near the garden's eastern wall. The fountain is a simple thing, a modest stone basin where water flows in a continuous, gentle stream that catches the moonlight and sends tiny sparkles dancing across the surrounding plants. The sound is hypnotic in its constancy, a liquid lullaby that seems to slow time itself and invite the mind toward peaceful contemplation. Van Helsing closes his eyes and breathes deeply, drawing in the garden's perfumed air. Each breath brings new layers of fragrance, the earthy richness of well-tended soil, the green sweetness of growing things, the subtle spice of herbs that have absorbed the day's warmth and now release it into the cooling night. These scents carry him back through decades of memory to other gardens he has known, other quiet evenings spent in communion with the natural world. He thinks of his childhood in the Netherlands, where his grandmother first taught him about the healing properties of plants. She had been a wise woman in the truest sense, one who understood that nature holds secrets far older and more profound than any that can be found in books. Under her gentle tutelage, young Abraham learned to identify herbs by their scent, to understand the subtle differences between plants that might look similar but possess entirely different properties, and most importantly, to approach the natural world with respect and reverence. Those early lessons formed the foundation of everything Van Helsing would later become. His scientific training at the university built upon that childhood knowledge, giving him the tools to understand the mechanisms behind nature's mysteries. But he never lost his grandmother's deeper wisdom, the understanding that some truths can only be grasped through patience, observation, and a willingness to listen to the quiet voices that speak from the heart of the natural world. A soft movement in the garden draws his attention, and Van Helsing opens his eyes to see a small hedgehog making its way along the path. The creature moves with unhurried confidence, clearly familiar with this peaceful sanctuary. Van Helsing smiles as he watches the hedgehog pause to investigate a cluster of chamomile flowers, its tiny snout twitching as it takes in their soothing scent. The hedgehog's presence was a familiar and welcome sight. For years, this little creature, or perhaps its ancestors, had been a regular visitor, a silent companion on many a quiet evening. Van Helsing often thought of the hedgehog as a kind of natural barometer for the garden's health and tranquility. Its presence was a testament to the fact that his sanctuary was not just for him alone, but for all creatures who sought peace and refuge. He watched as it continued its journey, a small, spiny shadow moving through the moon-drenched landscape, completely at ease. The professor's gaze then drifted to the ancient oak tree that presided over the scene. It was a silent witness to a century of seasons, a living testament to the endurance of life. He often found himself contemplating its vast, intricate root system hidden beneath the earth, a network of support and nourishment that mirrored the deep, unseen connections of the world itself. Just as the roots drew life from the soil, Van Helsing knew that his own knowledge was rooted in the ancient traditions and folk wisdom that his grandmother had passed down to him. The university had provided the branches and leaves of his formal education, but the roots, the very core of his being, were planted in that rich soil of intuitive understanding. As the air grew cooler and the mist began to thicken, Van Helsing felt a profound sense of gratitude. Gratitude for the simple peace of this moment, for the wisdom passed down through generations, and for the life that continued to thrive in this small, enclosed world he had so carefully built. He ran his hand over the worn pages of his journal, a tangible record of a life dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge that was as much about the vibrant, growing things around him as it was about the complex and often dark forces he had dedicated his life to understanding. The two worlds, the scientific and the mystical, the seen and the unseen, were not separate to him. They were two halves of a whole, and his garden was the perfect place to reconcile them. The moonlight, the trickling water, the scent of the flowers, and the silent company of the hedgehog all conspired to remind him that true wisdom lay not in mastery, but in harmony. The hedgehog represents one of Van Helsing's greatest joys in his garden, the way it has become a haven not just for plants, but for the small creatures who find refuge here. Birds nest in the oak tree's branches, their soft chirping providing a gentle soundtrack to the evening hours. Butterflies visit during the day, drawn by the lavender and the patches of wild flowers he has allowed to grow along the garden's borders. And at night, creatures like this hedgehog emerge to explore the safe pathways between the planted beds. Van Helsing has made peace with sharing his sanctuary. Indeed, he considers these small visitors to be partners in the garden's magic. They help to pollinate the flowers, disperse seeds, and maintain the delicate balance that keeps the garden thriving. In return, they find food, shelter, and safety within the protective walls he has built around this special place. The hedgehog completes its evening circuit and disappears into a small gap beneath the garden wall, leaving Van Helsing alone once again with his thoughts. He opens his journal now, turning to a fresh page where he begins to make notes about the night's observations. His handwriting is careful and precise, the product of decades of scholarly discipline, but there is also a flowing quality to it that speaks of genuine passion for his subject. He writes about the way the moonlight seems to enhance the fragrance of the night-blooming cereus, a rare plant he acquired during a research expedition to the Carpathian Mountains. The flower blooms only once each year, and only at night, opening its magnificent white petals to the darkness in a display that lasts just a few hours. Tonight is not that night, but Van Helsing can sense the plant gathering its energy, preparing for its moment of glory. He writes about the subtle changes he has noticed in his collection of mountain ash saplings, young trees grown from seeds he gathered during that same expedition. They are thriving in their new home, their leaves showing the deep green color that indicates strong, healthy growth. In time, they will provide berries that are prized both for their medicinal properties and for the protection they are said to offer against dark influences. His pen moves across the page with gentle scratching sounds that blend harmoniously with the garden's nighttime symphony. He documents the first signs of autumn in some of his deciduous plants, noting how their leaves are beginning to show the faintest hints of gold and amber. The changing seasons bring their own beauty to the garden, and Van Helsing has learned to appreciate each phase of the cycle that governs all growing things. The act of writing in his journal was more than a mere record-keeping exercise for Van Helsing. It was a form of meditative communion with his garden. As his pen glided across the page, he was translating the living, breathing reality of his sanctuary into a tangible written form. He documented the subtle aromatic shifts of the night air, noting how the scent of blooming jasmine grew stronger as the moon rose higher, or how a recent rainfall had made the earthy fragrance of wet soil more pronounced. These were not just scientific observations, but sensory memories, carefully archived for future reflection. He found himself sketching the intricate vein patterns on a single maple leaf, its edges just beginning to curl with the first chill of the coming season. He noted the precise date, understanding that this small detail was a part of a much larger, more ancient rhythm, the relentless but gentle march of the seasons. This was the same relentless force that governed the ebb and flow of all life, a truth he had sought to understand both in his botanical studies and in his more clandestine work. The garden was a microcosm of the larger world he navigated, a place where life and death, growth and decay existed in perfect, unyielding balance. As he closed his journal, a deep sense of peace settled over him. His work was both a record and an extension of this very balance, a quiet commitment to understanding and preserving the delicate harmony of the world. As he writes, his mind wanders to his students at the university, young people who come to him seeking knowledge about medicine and the natural sciences. He thinks particularly of Lucy, a bright young woman who has shown remarkable aptitude for botanical studies, and Arthur, whose careful attention to detail reminds Van Helsing of his own younger self. Teaching them has become one of his greatest pleasures, the opportunity to pass on not just facts and techniques, but the deeper appreciation for the mysteries that surround us. Tomorrow he will meet with them to discuss their research projects, but for now that seems like a distant concern. The garden exists in its own time, a place where the urgent demands of the academic world fade away and are replaced by the gentler rhythms of growth and rest, of seasons turning and life renewing itself in countless small ways. A bat flickers overhead, its erratic flight pattern creating moving shadows against the moonlit leaves of the oak tree. Van Helsing watches its aerial dance with interest rather than concern. Here, in his garden sanctuary, even the creatures of the night seem transformed into gentle companions rather than harbingers of mystery or threat. The bat is simply another part of the garden's ecosystem, helping to control insects and participating in the ancient web of relationships that keeps all things in balance. The fountain continues its gentle music, and Van Helsing finds himself drawn into its rhythm. He sets his journal aside and allows his eyes to drift closed once again, letting the sound wash over him like a river of peace. In this state of quiet receptivity, he becomes aware of subtler sounds, the soft rustle of leaves responding to the slightest breath of wind, the barely audible whisper of growing things reaching toward the light, the distant hoot of an owl calling from somewhere beyond the garden walls. These sounds weave together into a tapestry of tranquility that seems to slow his heartbeat and deepen his breathing. Van Helsing has always been a man of intense mental activity, his mind constantly analyzing, questioning, and seeking to understand. But the garden offers him something different, a space where he can simply exist without the need to solve or explain or categorize. He thinks of the ancient traditions that speak of gardens as places of healing and renewal. The monastery gardens of medieval Europe, where monks grew herbs for their infirmaries and vegetables for their tables, but also created spaces for contemplation and prayer. The physic gardens of the Renaissance, where scholars like himself first began to systematically study the properties of plants and their applications to human health. The pleasure gardens of the wealthy, designed not for practical purposes but for the sheer joy of beauty and the peace it brings to troubled minds. His own garden incorporates elements of all these traditions. It is practical. Many of his plants have direct applications to his medical practice and his research. It is scholarly. He uses it as a living laboratory where he can observe botanical phenomena firsthand. And it is beautiful, designed to nourish the soul as well as advance knowledge. But perhaps most importantly, it is peaceful. In a world that sometimes seems filled with shadow and uncertainty, the garden stands as a testament to growth, renewal, and the enduring power of life to create beauty from simple earth and water and sunlight. Van Helsing opens his eyes and gazes up through the oak tree's branches toward the stars visible beyond its canopy. The constellations wheel slowly overhead, their ancient patterns unchanged despite the passage of centuries. He has studied astronomy as well as botany, understanding that the same natural laws that govern the growth of plants also guide the movement of celestial bodies through the vast darkness of space. There is something profoundly comforting in this knowledge, the understanding that he is part of a universe that operates according to principles of harmony and balance. The same forces that draw his flowers toward the light also hold the planets in their orbits and guide migrating birds along invisible pathways across vast distances. Everything is connected, everything participates in the great dance of existence. A gentle breeze stirs through the garden, carrying new fragrances and setting the fountain's water dancing with renewed music. Van Helsing breathes deeply, feeling the night air fill his lungs and bring with it a sense of profound contentment. He has spent his life in pursuit of knowledge, traveling to distant places and studying ancient texts, but he has found that some of the most important truths are revealed not through research or analysis, but through quiet moments like this one. The garden teaches patience. Plants cannot be hurried. They grow according to their own timetables, responding to seasons and weather and the deep rhythms that govern all living things. Van Helsing has learned to align himself with these rhythms, to find a pace of life that honors both the urgency of important work and the need for rest and reflection. The garden teaches humility. Despite all his knowledge and experience, Van Helsing remains constantly amazed by the intricate complexity of even the simplest plant. Each flower, each leaf, represents a masterpiece of design that no human mind could fully comprehend or replicate. This awareness keeps him grounded, reminding him that true wisdom begins with acknowledging how much there is yet to learn. The garden teaches faith, not necessarily religious faith, though Van Helsing is a man of deep spiritual convictions, but the faith that comes from watching seeds transform into plants, buds open into flowers, and the endless cycle of growth and renewal that characterizes all healthy ecosystems. This faith sustains him through difficult periods, reminding him that darkness is always followed by light, winter by spring, endings by new beginnings. A shooting star streaks across the portion of sky visible above the oak tree, its brief light reflecting in the fountain's moving water. Van Helsing makes no wish. He has learned that contentment comes not from getting what we want, but from appreciating what we have, and what he has in this moment feels like more than enough. The hedgehog returns, or perhaps it is a different hedgehog. Van Helsing cannot tell in the dim light. It moves along the path with the same unhurried confidence, pausing to investigate different plants this time. Van Helsing watches its progress with gentle amusement, remembering his grandmother's stories about the spirits that were said to inhabit gardens at night. Whether such spirits exist or not, there is certainly something magical about his sanctuary after dark, when ordinary things seem touched with mystery and wonder. His journal lies open beside him, its blank pages waiting for more observations, more sketches, more notes about the countless small miracles that unfold here each day. But the urgency to write has passed, replaced by a deeper desire simply to be present in this place of peace. The journal will be there tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that. The garden stories are not going anywhere. Van Helsing shifts slightly on his bench, finding a more comfortable position for what he senses will be a long and peaceful vigil. He has no desire to return indoors, not yet. The house, comfortable though it is, seems somehow confining after the open freedom of the garden. Here, under the vast canopy of night sky, He feels more connected to the larger rhythms of existence. The fountain's gentle song continues, joined now by the soft whisper of wind through the oak tree's leaves. These sounds create a natural symphony that seems designed specifically for moments like this, moments of transition between the activity of day and the rest of night, when consciousness begins to soften at the edges and the mind prepares for the deeper renewal that comes with sleep. Van Helsing allows his eyes to drift half closed, entering a state that is neither fully awake nor asleep, but something in between. In this twilight consciousness, the boundary between himself and the garden seems to dissolve. He becomes aware of the slow circulation of sap in the trees, the gentle breathing of flowers that open and close in response to darkness and light, the patient work of roots extending deeper into the nourishing earth. This sense of connection with the living world around him brings a profound peace that settles into his bones like warmth from a well-tended fire. All the concerns and complexities of his professional life fade away, replaced by the simple truth of being alive in a world filled with beauty and wonder. The night air carries the promise of rest, the fountain whispers of dreams yet to come, and the garden holds him in its gentle embrace like a beloved friend. Time moves differently in this space between day and night, between waking and sleeping. Minutes might be hours, or hours might be minutes. Van Helsing neither knows nor cares. He has entered a realm where measurement becomes irrelevant, where the only important thing is the quiet joy of existing in harmony with the peaceful world around him. The stars wheel slowly overhead, the fountain sings its endless song, and the garden breathes with the gentle rhythm of growing things at rest. In this sanctuary of his own creation, Professor Abraham Van Helsing finds the peace that allows his mind to release its grip on the day's concerns and drift toward the restorative darkness of sleep. His breathing deepens, matching the gentle rhythm of the night breeze through the oak tree's leaves. His heartbeat slows, finding harmony with the fountain's steady music. His thoughts begin to flow like water, moving from one peaceful image to another without urgency or effort. He dreams of his grandmother's garden, where he first learned to love the green and growing world. He dreams of expeditions to distant mountains, where rare plants wait to share their ancient secrets. He dreams of students yet to come, bright minds eager to learn about the healing power of nature. And through all these dreams flows the constant presence of his own garden, his sanctuary, his place of peace. The hedgehog completes another circuit and settles beneath a cluster of protective herbs, apparently ready to rest for the remainder of the night. The bat returns, or perhaps it never left, continuing its gentle patrol of the airspace above the oak tree. A night-blooming flower begins to open, its white petals unfurling slowly in response to the darkness, releasing a fragrance so subtle and beautiful that it seems like the breath of angels. Van Helsing witnesses all of this with the serene awareness of one who has found his perfect place in the world. The garden has given him everything he needs: beauty to nourish his soul, mystery to engage his mind, and peace to restore his spirit. In return, he has given it his care, his attention, and his love. The relationship between gardener and garden is one of the most ancient partnerships known to humanity, and in his small corner of Amsterdam, that partnership continues to flourish. As the night deepens toward its middle hours, Professor Abraham Van Helsing settles more fully into his wooden bench, his body finding perfect comfort in this familiar position. The garden breathes around him, the fountain sings beside him, and the stars shine down upon him from their vast heights. In this moment, all is well with the world. The scholar has found his sanctuary, the garden has found its keeper, and peace reigns supreme in the gentle darkness. His last conscious thought, before sleep finally claims him in his beloved sanctuary, is a simple prayer of gratitude for the garden, for the night, for the countless small miracles that surround us always, waiting only for eyes wise enough to see them and hearts open enough to receive their gifts. In the morning, he will wake refreshed and ready to face whatever challenges await, but for now he rests in perfect peace, cradled by the loving embrace of his garden sanctuary beneath the watchful stars.